It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lee back to Booker. They better hurry for a shot. Give it to Lee. Lee on the drive. Lee's shot is good. Baseline. Had to put it up over Cleveland.
Yep. All the memories, all the voices of last year's Western Conference Playoff Series as the Phoenix Suns and the Dallas Mavericks meet up again last night to kick off the Mavs NBA regular season. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. And when is the tank going to start running empty this morning? As that ran till about midnight for us. Thank God there was no overtime, even though the way there was no overtime, a miracle prayer that was thrown up by the Phoenix Suns in order to complete the 22-point comeback against the Mavs.
My right eye, just bloodshot and terrible. I tell you what.
And you got like a little scar underneath of
That's
it.
from rubbing the eye, I think, this morning. I'm way less rested than Christian Wood is, who got a nice little break in the fourth quarter.
Man, I finally tweeted, yo.
Hello.
First off, Jason Kidd wanted to, and look, it's a 50-50 thing, right? Calling the timeout to stop the run. Phil Jackson was revered for it and, complimented and praised. Oh, you're letting your team play through it. Better to do it in game one of the regular season than maybe game one of the playoffs. I think there was an incident. There was a run against Golden State last year in the playoffs where J. Kidd did not call timeout. And, I get it. I understand. But they didn't stop the run on their own. And I was like, call timeout. And then later on I was tweeting, put Christian Wood back in this game as the Suns come all the way back.
So he left the game up 11 with 6:41 to go.
Up 11.
Up 11.
6:41 in the fourth.
Yes, so 95 to 84. He re-enters the game down 1 with 2:19 left. He had played the entire fourth. I know he had scored, 16 straight at that time? 13 straight?
16 straight. 16 straight.
And then, you take him out. I get it. Guys need a blow every now and then, in more ways than one. But that's a 2-minute thing. Especially when the game is getting a little bit more testy. Now all of a sudden, because in 90 seconds, it was down to 4. So he leaves at 6:41, and then, literally 2 minutes later, it's down to 4. It's like, okay, your 2-minute rest. It's not like there was no stoppages in play. There were fouls, there were free throws. I mean, it was not just 2 minutes. It was probably at that point 6 or 7 minutes of rest. Like he could go the final 4. I don't know. I just thought it was that was. I mean, you can second guess all you want. You can nitpick all you want on that, but I thought that was the game right there. Except for the last shot, which was just awful.
The loss to me, I have a similar feeling to Cowboys-Eagles on Monday coming in. I don't really care. Right. I don't really get. The loss to me is like 4th on the list of importance for last night. You can call me a homer. I'm not the one still saying that the Mavericks are going to win the championship like Mike Bassick, like Nick Wright on FS1.
Feel better about it.
So I don't love them to that degree. But the most important things in this game, in my opinion, you're better than Phoenix. You're just better than the Suns. You were up 20 points. It took a furious, crazy rally. Yeah, the Mavs got to learn and finish and close out games and all that stuff. Jason Kidd, I'm not worried about him. We saw his greatness last year. Let's get the explanation for why Christian Wood was not put back into the game. The lack of a second ball handler did not haunt them last night like I thought it would. Like, Spencer Dinwiddie is not a point guard to set up your offense. Tim Hardaway is not a point guard to set up your offense. You're not going to get that from Jalen Green. Yes, Luka Doncic is, at the end of the day, going to be your point guard. But the most important thing that happened last night, we've already talked about his name multiple times. Christian Wood can be a problem.
Yeah, he can. Hey, look, I'm with you. I'm not freaking out. I feel better about their chances this year after last night.
Yes.
When you're up 20 on the road, I don't need the final score to know who the better team is. I don't need that. I know who the better team is. When you're up 20 on the road, I've already figured out who the better team is, regardless of the end result. I know it sounds weird, but I just you don't get up 20 on the road.
They controlled the whole game.
Without being the better basketball team.
Like if the Lakers would have come back the other night against the Warriors, I'm Golden State, I'm like, I don't care, whatever. I was up 25. I dominated the game. There's going to be runs in basketball all the time. There's going to be big spurts. And the Mavericks dominated that game last night. And Christian Wood, to me, is the number one storyline for the Metroplex. I know it's going to be Damian Lee nationally as Steph Curry woke up his kids celebrating the former Warrior teammate last night. We'll get you that audio in a second. But look, we've never lied to you. We weren't sitting there studying Houston Rockets basketball like Mikey B. I'm gonna be like Charles Barkley. I'm not gonna watch the Indiana Pacers and the Houston Rockets when they stink. I did not realize how big and long.
Very long, man.
Oh my God. I went and looked up his size. What do you think his height is?
6'11"?
That's what I would have thought. He's listed at 6'9". He looks 6'10".
He does.
He looks 6'10" and able to run around. He's thicker than Porzingis. He can shoot the three. Tried to bank in a couple last night. Did bank in one of them. He can obviously drive. He can post up. Like this guy, there's a reason he's averaged over 20 at different points in times in his career. He is huge.
Yeah.
He is a humongous cat playing for your Dallas Mavericks right now. And even though he came off the bench, I thought he's the best thing to feel good about from yesterday, in my opinion.
No doubt. Oh, no doubt. I mean, obviously, Luka, having a good start to a season is a nice thing to have.
He look any different to you conditioning wise?
No, of course not.
He got Luka face. He got a little bit of that drink face. He's not sitting there. You can tell when someone is sitting there dropping pounds furiously by, the drink face has gone away. The jawline's coming back. They're all cut up right there. And look at you.
Yeah.
Luka still had the pudgy, bearded look to him, but he wasn't gassed or huffing and puffing, which is a good thing.
No, that was good. But yeah,
We'll wait for the end of the playoffs for that to happen.
He doesn't look any different. Not to me, at least. I have a feeling like if you were to tell me that Lucas spends a lot of his offseason ripping cigs with Vlade, I mean, I'd be like, okay, I wouldn't deny that one. It's just very Eastern Euro, Just grab a pack and just rip them all day. So that was good to see Luka, play at that, at a better level than he started last season with, But Christian Wood was fantastic, and he was, I think, the reason they lost the game when he went out. He was dominating the basketball game. They're up double digits, and he comes back, and they're down one in 4 minutes.
The only negative for him that he can control, free throws. That was awful. Awful. 3 of 10. He's like a 67% free throw shooter. He may have shot a little bit lower last year. I tweeted it out. He was 3 for 10. RJ Dinwiddie missed 2 big free throws. They were 21 of 34 as a team. They shot 62% from the free throw line, and they got there 12 more times than the Suns. The Suns only missed 3 of their attempts, and here the Mavericks missing 13 of theirs.
You've got to find a way to get to 70%. Get to 70%, and you're not going to kill your team. When you start getting into the low 60s, that's where that's where other teams can come back on you because you can't close games out. It's like not being able to run the football when you're up in the NFL. I mean, you've got to be able to milk the clock and to pick up first downs. And in the NBA or college basketball, you can't make your free throws. You put yourself in a real tough spot when you're trying to close games out.
877-881-1053 for your Mavs first impressions. If you stayed up and watched it, and even if you didn't, we got you covered all morning long. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Last year, by the way, they were 77% as a team. That was 16th in the league.
Yeah, I mean,
leading the league.
That was 16th?
Yeah, 82% led the way, Philadelphia. 82, then 81, 80, 79, obviously descending numbers, and the Mavs, 77%, 16th in the NBA.
Wow, I would have guessed that 77% was higher.
Higher.
I would have guessed that was
league now.
Top 8. Yeah, no, it is. You're right.
That's how I trust Christian Wood more from 3 than I do at the free throw line.
Yeah.
We've had players like that in the past.
Yeah.
They can't sit there and go to the line at the charity stripe. Instead, they're better from distance, it seems. All right, We are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. We have a loaded show as always. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, going to start looking forward to the Lions. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, and the voice of the Detroit Lions in the final hour of the show. Let's get to the baseball playoffs. They were taking place last night, and the rest of the opening NBA action to kick off the regular season Thursday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
Ariel cranks it to left. Stanton is going back at the wall, looking up. See you later! And the Landry's Crawford boxes for Yuli Gurriel. And the Astros lead it 2-1.
Major League Baseball playoffs taking place yesterday. The Padres came back.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there watching that one in the afternoon. I'm like, bloops and the sun going to cost San Diego as they fall down 4-0 immediately in this one. They end up coming back to beat the Phils 8-5 in California. And, of course, that audio courtesy of the Armpit. Astros radio choppy as Houston beats New York in Game 1, 4-2.
I don't know. I don't know that Houston's going to lose a game this postseason. That team is so good, man. Their pitching's phenomenal.
How do they keep this dynasty going? They lose Carlos Correa, Justin Verlander.
Is a million years old.
40 years old.
They draft and develop.
Churning them out.
It's a wild thing. It's a wild idea. But they draft and develop these guys. Pena, the shortstop, replaced Correa. I mean, if you were to tell the Astros right now, hey, look, because Correa opted out of Minnesota after 1 year. Hey, you want Carlos Correa back? And they'll be like, no, we're good, man. We got Pena. He's basically a free player, and he is. I'm not gonna say he's every bit as good because Correa is a superstar or close to it. But man, Jeremy Pena is a star in the making, and he came up with a home run last night. The Astros used the long ball. They had 3 home runs and a double by Maldonado to get the 4 runs, and the Yankees struck out 17 times. And a lot of teams in baseball have the philosophy of, a home run or a strikeout. And Houston's philosophy is a little bit different. I'm not even going to say their philosophy is different. They just don't have guys that strike out. So they have the same philosophy. The difference is that they have hitters who do put bat to ball. And that was the largest discrepancy of strikeouts from one team to another in baseball postseason history.
What?
The Yankees struck out 17 times. Houston struck out twice.
That's the largest discrepancy ever?
In postseason history. For one team to have 15 more strikeouts than the other. Now, that was going to happen. That was the night to have it happen. Tyone's not a strikeout guy, and Verlander is. And after the 3rd inning, Verlander was filthy. I think he threw like 70 pitches through 3 innings. I was like, this guy's going to get out of there by the end of the 4th. And he wound up throwing 30-something pitches over the next 3, striking out, 7 of the next 11 guys. Something like that. He retired 11 straight to end the game, or to end his night. And the Yankees made a little bit of a push. A little push in the 3rd, a little bit of push in the 8th. Other than that, Houston's batch just kept coming.
6 innings for Verlander, 1 earned, 11 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Where is he in terms of an all-time greatness discussion? He always gets left out. Of our era. Well, let's try to make it like the last 10 years. You're going to throw Kershaw up there. Verlander. DeGrom. I know how you feel about DeGrom.
Yeah, how about you pitch every now and then?
Is it Verlander? Is there anyone? First off, can you make an argument for Verlander over Kershaw? And who would be?
I don't think so. You listen to guys like listen to Russo, Mad Dog. Verlander just made the Hall of Fame like 2 years ago. Like he was not an all-time great. I don't know if I agree with that, but he's historically way more adept to that than I am.
Who else would be in that last 10-year conversation?
Well,
is Mad Bum a Hall of Famer?
Oh yes, I think so.
Okay,
I think so.
Mad Bum or Verlander?
I would take Mad Bum. Although
I'm not talking about just for one game in the postseason.
Yeah.
The Schilling effect.
The career of Verlander was longer and better.
Yeah.
But I think the peak of Mad Bum was better. There's a couple of guys like, so would you have taken Prime Sabathia over Verlander? I think he's another one.
I would have taken Verlander.
Scherzer, I would take Scherzer. I would take Scherzer over Verlander. I'm trying to think of some other guys that you might. We don't know about Walker Buehler yet. There's a lot of opening there. Peak Cliff Lee. He was unhittable, like unhittable at a rate that I'm not sure I would say was not better than Verlander. But the career of Verlander is going to be way better.
Meanwhile, in the National League, I'm switching this thing off. Here's Filthy celebrating as a city. They're about to be up 2-0. Juan Soto is losing balls in the sun, but he responded.
That's for the target set. 0-2. He rips it down the line towards the corner. It's a fair ball. Juan Soto has his moment. Tying running to score. They've come all the way back.
So that was the call on Padres Radio. San Diego wins 8-5. We're tied at 1 in the NL.
Yeah, and this was a great comeback by San Diego. They were down 4-0, like right like right away. And next thing you know,
They were getting blooped to death.
they were getting blooped to death. And Josh Bell gets a 2-run shot, and now you got yourself a ball game. And Drury came through big, but I thought when it was 4-zip and they were already down 1, I was like, man, Philadelphia's going to wind up going and winning this thing in 5 when they go back to Philadelphia. But great comeback by them. I can't watch Blake Snell. I'm sorry, he's so slow. He's so boring to watch. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I know he's got he's a very good pitcher. I got nothing for Blake Snell. I can't watch him pitch. Oh, it kills me.
So that's where we stand after the baseball playoffs. Other NBA action that happened. Mavs lose a heartbreaker in Phoenix last night. Let us know if you're upset or you're happy and optimistic like we are because of Christian Wood. Yes, you blew a 20-point lead, but I just think you're a better team than Phoenix. You feel great about that moving forward in the Western Conference. You also feel good that Denver lost to the depleted Utah Jazz. How did that happen? 123-102. The Jazz in the old school Jazz uniforms. The Greg Ostertag uniforms.
Underrated uniforms, I think.
I like it.
Yeah, I do like it.
I love the Suns home court, and I love those Jazz jerseys taking us back.
The Suns home court, the Jazz. Yeah, I do. They're
going to bring back those 93 Suns jerseys as well.
What'd you think of the scoreboard box? They changed up a little bit last night.
For Bally?
No, for the ESPN.
I watched Bally.
You watched Bally? Well, look at you.
Well, only because Jalen Brunson and the Knicks caused us to be late.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm missing the beginning of the Mavs game. Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in this New York game in which the Knicks ultimately lost, but I switched on over to Bally, and I ended up never leaving. What was different about it?
It's hard to explain. I'd have to go back and remember what the last one looked like. But it's weird, man. Like they've got this weird. There was a little weird dot in the middle of it. I don't know. It's one of those things where it was smaller, I thought, which I liked, but I thought it was higher too on the scoreboard. So it's like you're not missing the game, but it just seems to be sticking out too much. I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, get used to it.
What about the Pelicans? They go into Brooklyn and smash the Nets. The Pelicans are fun, y'all. Brandon Ingram, CJ McCollum, and Zion. 130-108. Kevin Durant's just sitting over there looking despondent, like he's getting ready to request a trade.
Despondent.
He was looking like he was getting ready to request a trade again. Ingram at 28, Zion at 25, McCollum at 21. The debut of Ben Simmons. You see this box score? You see this? You heard about this?
Minus 26.
Minus 26 when Ben was on the floor. 4 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 of 3 from the field.
Is that good?
0 for 2 from the free throw line.
All right.
Did not attempt a 3 in 23 minutes.
Oh, what a shocker. He didn't attempt a three-pointer. Unbelievable. Could have seen that one coming.
What's the bigger story? The fun of the Pelicans and Zion, or the Nets losing like this to start and Simmons?
I think nationally the Nets losing like that's going to be the story. The Nets are a bigger story outside of Brooklyn than they are inside of Brooklyn, I think. I think that's going to be the story. But in a couple of weeks, we may look up and say, oh, these Pels, they might be it. They might be it.
All right, it's Sean and RJ coming at you live. We'll get you Jalen Brunson's New York debut, all of that at 6:20 as we continue to talk about the start of the Mavs season. But it looks like Dak Prescott is good to go. The green light was given to Dak yesterday. What's going on with Dalton Schultz? And a Cowboys reporter is talking about the KMC plan. The Dak haters may get their way with the Cowboys not trying to score 30 with number 4 back for the Lions. We'll take you inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
This Odyssey Sports Minute.
Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it feels like we have finally gotten the Dak Prescott green light. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. 9 a.m. pregame, kickoff at noon. Brad and Babe. Laufenberg will join us at 8:40 this morning, and then you'll get the Cowboys and the Lions on this radio station. Dak was listed as a full participant in yesterday's practice. They were on the field for a walkthrough, and then he was supposed to throw 40 to 50 passes after the walkthrough, and today should be the padded practice to get him back for the Lions.
Yeah, it should be. Let's do it. Let's go. You know, there's probably, one hurdle to get over, and that is how do you feel the next day after you throw?
Yeah.
That's probably the only hurdle. Like, he is ready to go, man, and it is going to be great to get the quarterback back. Enough with the questions of, well, do you keep Cooper Rush in? Do you not? Enough with the idea that you want to play a certain way. You just go play football now. You got your guy. You let him loose. Go play. Try to score 40.
Well,
40 burger.
I liked what you said in terms of what you needed to see, what you wanted to see, and you said it has nothing to do with the hand, nothing to do with the arm, nothing to do with the strength.
Nope. I just want to see better decisions.
Yes.
That's it. I want to see better decision making.
Faster.
Yep. I don't need to see his arm strength. I don't need to see, his legs. It's all in the mind, man. It's all in the mind. His decision making's got to be faster.
What worries me the most about Dak Prescott right now, the biggest question in my mind is not that he's seeing ghosts, but he just has that slight half second of hesitation in pulling the trigger. That pump fake, or you feel like he should throw it then, and he's a little bit late, and he's not trusting what he sees, or he's not necessarily reading defenses to the best of his ability. That's what worries me.
If you can't put up 30 points on the Lions.
Oh, he's got to put up 30 first game back?
Oh, my gosh. Dude, I think college football teams can put up 30 on the Lions. Now, they might give up 1 million, because that offense is pretty darn good they've got there. But that Lions defense, they as Bart Scott would say, they can't stop a nosebleed. They can't. They had scored the most points in the NFL, and they had given up the most points in the NFL.
34 a game. They're giving up the most points by 7 in the league. Cleveland's second, along with Seattle, giving up 27 a game, and Detroit's giving up 34
a game. They gave up 38 to the Eagles. They gave up 27 to Carson Wentz. They gave up 28 to Minnesota. 48 to Geno Smith.
Oh.
And then 29 to the Patriots. So, and that was their last game. I think that was a Zappy Hour game too. So you're telling me that, you've got to put up 30 here. Unless you want to say that you're not better than the Commanders' offense.
I don't know if I'm putting the expectation on him to get 30. I think they're going to try to ease him back into it with the run game. And then there's Todd Archer with his report of what the Cowboys' offense is going to be. Before we get to that, Dalton Schultz was a full participant for the walkthrough. Now, full participant for the walkthroughs, big freaking whoop, right? This is being reported by Michael Gelkin. The better indicator, how does he make it through today's work at practice? But Dak Schultz and Jason Peters were all listed as full participants. CeeDee Lamb with the hip was limited. Brett Maher, how does he do it now? How has he been so much more improved from his first stop with the Cowboys? Gelkin reports it starts with 30 minutes. He devotes 6 days a week listening to crowd noise as part of an imagery exercise. One part of his immersive mental training. So that's Brett Maher with a little note from Michael Gelkin.
That's very Russell Wilson, I think.
Very Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
All right, here's Archer with this debate that we've all been having over what the Cowboys offense will and should be. Nothing changes because of how the Cowboys played in their 5 games with Cooper Rush. When the team traded for Amari and did not replace him, and you're going to have a problem with this from a team-building standpoint, RJ. Archer says when they traded Amari, the plan was to be a run-first operation and play to the defensive strength of the team. What? Wait a sec. Your quarterback. So every other team in the league, now maybe these other teams have made a mistake in Green Bay, in Kansas City. Not that they're relying on Mahomes and Rodgers, because you got to do that, period. But are they paying the price for just thinking that the quarterback could elevate everyone else, especially Green Bay? And maybe the Cowboys said, well, if we lose our one, we're not going to sit here and have Dak Prescott go out there and just elevate everyone. You don't just magically elevate everyone, even though that is the NFL formula and philosophy that we're used to preaching and we're used to talking about. So when they lost Amari, they made a decision they were going to be run first and defense. Wow.
Yeah.
That jumped out to me. Some Tolos said I was being Skip Bayless. I was making something out of nothing when McCarthy said we knew in the spring defense would lead the way. And I was like, you have a $40 million quarterback. If you buy filet mignon from the store, you don't introduce the mashed potatoes first to your dinner party. Hey, these green beans were sauteed. They were boiled in this water phenomenally. Forget about this, $35 filet that I perfectly seared medium rare. I'm going to leave with the mashed potatoes and the green beans. You paid for the steak.
You paid for the steak. Yeah. Well, look, I'll say this with the Chiefs. The Chiefs can sit there and say, we got rid of Tyreek Hill, we saved $30 million, and we're scoring more points a game this year than we did last year.
Are they?
Yeah, they're scoring they're about 1.5 points a game. So they're first in the NFL in scoring. They're 29.8. Last year, they were scoring 28.2. So they could say, yeah, we made the right decision. Put their faith in Patrick Mahomes. And I also think the Chiefs and the Packers and a lot of teams look at it like, we don't have to get better every year. we can take a step back for the long-term health and gain of the franchise and the salary cap. That's what you have to do sometimes in the NFL. I will take issue with the idea that the Cowboys did not replace Amari Cooper. They replaced Amari Cooper. Yeah. They replaced Amari Cooper with CeeDee Lamb. They replaced him with Amari Cooper when they drafted CeeDee Lamb. What they didn't replace was CeeDee Lamb.
Well, the plan was to replace CeeDee Lamb with Michael Gallup.
Well, but I'm thinking is like they replaced, like Gallup was always there.
They just all moved up a step.
Yeah, Gallup was always there. So they either didn't replace Gallup or they didn't replace CeeDee Lamb. So you know what I mean? Like Lamb is now in a new role that they didn't replace. Gallup is basically in the same role, which is not the number one and a deep threat. But yeah, if you want to say they didn't replace Gallup, that's fine too. Even though they tried to with Tolbert, it just hasn't worked yet. But the idea they didn't replace Amari Cooper, no. They absolutely replaced Amari Cooper. They replaced him with CeeDee Lamb, and that was the plan all along.
Archer continues. This is not 2016 when Dak took over for Romo. After losing the opener, the Cowboys won 11 straight. They failed only once to score at least 24 during that streak.
Yeah, they had a much better offensive line, too.
Under Rush, the Cowboys topped 24 only once, 25 against the Commanders. When Dak has been at his best, the Cowboys have had a complimentary feel. Even when he threw for 4,900 yards in 2019, they set a franchise record with 37 touchdown passes last season. It was still a complimentary feel. A run game this year that puts up at least 134 in 3 of their past 4 games, 134 yards rushing. The Cowboys are averaging 118 this year. Last year was 97. So they're running for 21 more yards a game compared to last season. Zeke, his best game against Philly, 13 for 81. Pollard has 2 runs of at least 46 yards and a 46-yard catch as well. So, okay, we got to ask McCarthy, what does it really mean, complimentary football? What does that really mean? Playing to your defense with a $40 million quarterback. We got to ask McCarthy that tomorrow morning at 6:30.
That's a cliche. I think that nobody can really answer complimentary football. I mean, I don't know. It's like you tell me that that Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs don't play complimentary football because everybody's version and definition of complimentary football is probably somewhat different. It probably is somewhat different. It's not 30 passes and 30 rush attempts. That's not balanced. That's not complimentary football. Those are just numbers you're throwing out there. There's no definition to it.
Where can the Cowboys improve? They're converting third down just 31% of the time.
This year?
Yes.
That's probably on the quarterback. That's probably on Cooper Rush. Now, to be fair, Dak probably didn't. I have to go back and look at the first game box score. But I doubt that he was sitting there with a great third down conversion rate when he only puts up 3 points in 3 quarters.
They have just 12 pass plays of 20 yards or more. None against the Eagles. Through 6 games last year, they converted on third down 46% of the time. So about a 17% difference. They ran 420 plays last year at this point compared to 294 now.
Wow!
And had 25 pass plays of 20 yards or more, again, compared to 12 pass plays this year of 20 or more. So for all you Dak haters, there are the numbers in terms of the difference.
Yeah, there's a big difference. Big difference.
That's why he was a first-half MVP.
Yeah, I mean their offense was unstoppable, basically in the first half of the NFL season last year. The one thing is I don't think they're this. If you look at it, are they complimentary? Yeah, great. They probably are. Are they balanced? Yeah, they probably have been.
Like, how great is this run game? Well, everyone's pretending like we got.
Yeah, look again. The offensive line is not what it was in 2016 or 2014. You can't play that style of football. Why? Because you don't have the offensive line to do it.
So everyone just thinks that Zeke is back now? For everyone who wants to just run the ball, everyone thinks that Zeke is back? Are we giving it to Pollard enough for you to feel, hey, we can be run first. We can pound it. We can just grind teams out. That's the identity. That's how we feel about the running game. I'm not there yet.
I'm not there yet at all. I mean, was Pollard exceptional? Has he been exceptional this year? Oh, he's been okay. When he's getting used,
yeah.
I mean, they forget about him half the time. So I don't think they've been just exceptional with the run game.
So Dak, full participant yesterday. How is he feeling after the 40 to 50 passes after the walkthrough? And then Mike McCarthy said the goal was a full padded practice today. It's amazing how, like, on Thursday, if you get in your one padded practice, you're good to go for Sunday in the NFL.
That's it. That's the way it is. You know, it used to be you had to practice like every day. And now it's just like, you know, get through one and we'll be okay, good to go. You know, that's just the way it is now. You got so many limited padded practices once the season starts.
Let's talk about the start of the Mavs season last night. Why Choppy and I are not worried. You should not be worried if you are an MFFL because of the replacement for Jalen Brunson. Christian Wood is here. How did Jalen do in New York? Mavs opening loss. It was a heartbreaker. Don't be that sad about it. We'll tell you why next.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch all the football action tonight.
and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back to Dinwiddie, left to Wood. Not looking for the shot. Hands to Hardaway. Right to left dribble. Back to Wood against Ayton. Wood will shoot the three. He got it.
It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. What are the Tolos saying about the blown lead? Are they furious? Are they ticked off? Or are they feeling okay like we were to start the show? The Mavs blow a 22-point lead against the Suns. Damian Lee was the difference maker. He was a killer. The former Warrior hits 3 threes in the fourth quarter. He hits the game winner as well, and that had Steph Curry in trouble with his wife as Steph was celebrating his former teammates, and apparently he woke up the kids doing so. That's cut 23, JoJo.
Come on! Yeah, Dave! Stick with it! Stick with it! The kids asleep! I don't care! Stick with it! Woo! What? I'm sorry, I can't. It's crying. I woke him up. There you go, D-Lee.
Wake it up. Oh, man. Now that I have a child,
Yeah.
that's probably the worst thing. Amanda made a sign for the front door to like basically be a blinking light. Don't knock on this. Don't ring this doorbell. Do not knock. Child is asleep. Because if someone wakes up your kid from sleeping, especially ours, what a pain in the ass he is to finally get to sleep and stay to sleep. And if anyone wakes him up like that, oh, man, I want to take you down.
You got to brown noise him. Some brown noise machine in there. You'll never hear that. How do you hear the doorbell? I can't. We have brown noise in the bed, in the room. I can't even hear her talk to me.
I thought it was white noise.
Well, they have different ones.
You changing it now? How's brown noise different from white noise? You know what? Maybe
Different
you
tone.
shouldn't answer that.
Different tone.
Different
pink
tone.
noise, too. There's pink noise.
Okay.
Brown noise, white noise.
His door's right by the front door, so I don't know. Maybe the light shines underneath the door.
Yeah, sure. Good.
But there's Steph waking up the kids with his wife unhappy with his former teammate Damian Lee beating the Dallas Mavericks with that miracle throw-in on the baseline.
He would just put that stupid mouth guard back in his mouth instead of leaving it hanging out. He wouldn't be able to scream.
My son?
No, Steph.
Oh. I'm like,
does your son wear one of those Kanye mouth guards?
No, y'all told me to break the pacifier habit, and that worked.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So Damian Lee was the difference maker in the fourth quarter. Look, this is what we said to start the show. I think you can wake up this morning groggy because that thing ended about midnight. The Mavericks are better than the Suns, or at least they totally have the Suns' number. How about that? Mm-hmm. Can we at least all agree on that? Matchup-wise, the Phoenix Suns do not want to see the Mavericks. That's number one. You're up 20. They pretty much dominated the whole game. Furious rally, okay. We can have a conversation about clutch time minutes and Jason Kidd's management, but that's the most important thing. Number two, Christian Wood. We still doing this come off the bench thing? How long is this going to last? How long are we going to keep Christian Wood off the bench? 25.
Ask Ginobili. Lasted 20 years.
25 points, RJ. 8 rebounds. 9 of 15 from the field. 4 of 7 from 3. The thing that jumped out to me was just the length, the wingspan on this dude.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw he had a 7'3" wingspan. He is long. He looks so much bigger than Porzingis. And Porzingis is what, 7'3", 7'2"?
Yeah.
And Christian Wood has 3-point range, hit 4 of them. Awful last night from the free throw line. That was horrible. But many Tolos think that this game was lost because Christian Wood was kept on the bench too long by Jason Kidd.
Yeah, I thought he was. I mean, he went out of the game with 6:41 to go. They were up 11, and he re-enters the game with 2:19 left, down 1. I mean, there's ball game. He had been dominating that from a scoring perspective. He was really it. He was it for the Mavs.
16 straight points.
That's Luka numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Luka numbers. So I still don't know why. I wonder what the explanation is as to why they left him on the bench so long. Maybe he got lost on the bench. Who knows? Matchups, whatever. Dude, you go off the floor up 11, then you come back down 1. Man, that sounds like somebody made a mistake. Somebody got lost to the bench there, and that just can't happen. Truckwreck.com text line saying that, obviously Damian Lee is Steph's brother-in-law.
He
which
is?
is part of the reason why he was so into the game.
Okay, we can't hate Steph for that.
No, but you can't wake your kid up, man. Come on now. You know better than that.
I didn't know Steph had a sister.
It might be his wife's. I don't know.
His wife's.
Might be his wife's sister.
Wife's sister. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
And look, they didn't even have Jay Crowder last night. The very rare NBA holdout. Jay Crowder is not happy about his salary. He's holding out.
Yeah.
Like you see in the National Football
Like you
League.
see in the NFL.
Pulling an Emmett.
The difference is that in the NBA, there's 82 of these things, man. They don't care. In the NFL, you got to get somebody in there. Jay Crowder ain't a holdout.
Did anything else worry you about the way that the Mavs lost this lead? Obviously, missed free throws.
Free throws are huge.
21 of 34. They shot 62% last night. Dinwiddie missed 2 big ones. JaVale McGee was 1 of 4. And then Christian Wood missed 7.
And the final possession.
Luka?
Guys, that's the final shot you settle for? You're 10 feet beyond the 3-point line.
Luka Magic.
I know.
Magic.
I know. You're like 10 feet beyond the 3-point line. That can't be your final shot. Would you have 4.5, 6 seconds? You can't have that shot be.
Nobody wants
the
to go
one
to
you
overtime.
Get.
No one wants to go to OT.
No, and
Just
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with not wanting to go to overtime.
Well, then you should be happy with a shot.
I mean,
a 3.
but just a step back, semi.
That's his
step back.
patented shot.
I know. How about you work the ball around? You get an open shot somewhere. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Who knows? But I don't think just dribbling around and then waiting for some 34-footer is the way to go.
So Tim McMahon, Mavs Insider, was on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, and they asked him, do you think Christian Wood will be the best player that Luka has played with up to this point in his career?
I've heard that before, but it was from Christian Wood's agent.
That might be Eric as well.
You know what? I think that's going a little too far. I think Christian Wood is a very talented offensive player who he has a ton to prove. He's proven he can put up numbers. He has not proven he can contribute to winning. And so that is an awful lot to prove for him. I think he needs to worry more about contributing to winning than about his next contract. And I'll say this. The next contract that he gets, whether it's from Dallas or somebody else, is not necessarily going to be based on his points per game this season. Can he, for the first time in his career, prove he can contribute on the defensive end? Can he prove that he can not just accept but embrace a role that maybe isn't exactly what he wants? That move made sense for the Mavericks because it cleared out some roster spots, and they were taking a swing on a guy who does have a lot of talent, and they needed scoring. With their second best scorer, leaving, talking about Jalen Brunson, not the same position, but Wood can fill the void of a lot of that scoring. But I think that Christian Wood has Sixth Man of the Year potential, or he has potential to be on the trade block by Christmas, and it's really up to him.
Wow. So that whole answer is just reeking of attitude. Now, normally Tim does bring some attitude, but he's talking about Christian Wood's attitude. There's a reason I know Bassett gets mad, doesn't want to hear it. If you have franchise type talent or top 50 NBA talent, you don't play on 7 teams in 7 different years.
Right.
That's crazy. I know Mike can take you through the education of it, but look, he had his incident in Houston. People think he's either bad or lazy defensively, but last night, woo, what a start. And do you keep him coming off the bench? I love the boldness from Jason Kidd. There's certain teams and organizations where the players control things. Like, it doesn't feel like Todd Bowles has any control right now in Tampa Bay. It doesn't feel like it whatsoever. And Jason Kidd is like, I don't care that it's your contract year. I don't care if you would get mad and use this against us in negotiating. This fits our team best. I want to test you and see if you're going to embrace this role. And that's what McMahon alluded to. And G-Bag asked him, how long does this last? Is Christian Wood, who scored 25 last night, he going to come off the bench all season long?
I would be very surprised if he's in the starting lineup on a consistent basis. I think it's been made very clear that this coaching staff sees him as a bench scorer, as a big man coming off the bench, that 6-man role. I think that was pretty clear when, one, they recruited JaVale McGee in free agency with the promise that he would be the starter. That was agreed upon before he agreed to come to Dallas. That was part of the recruiting pitch. Two, look, when JaVale missed a preseason game, Christian Wood, he didn't slide into the starting lineup. It was Dwight Powell. I think that there's a lot of hesitation about having Wood as their defensive anchor of that starting group. So, it's not going to happen. I've joked that the Mavs practice jerseys, the starters wear white, the bench players wear blue. And, there's mixing and matching as there's scrimmage and stuff, but I have not seen the white side of Christian Wood's practice jersey. I'm not sure it exists. He might have gotten the only one that has two sides of blue.
So there you go. Tim McMahon saying this probably isn't going to change.
I don't know that it necessarily needs to. I mean,
Perfect example, real quick. The Lakers are too afraid. The best thing for them is to have Russell Westbrook come off the bench. It's just the best thing. They can't make it happen. In fact, Westbrook blamed them experimenting with that in the preseason for him tweaking his hamstring the other night. He's like, I have no doubt that it played a role because of the way they usually warm up pre-game. They had me come off the bench in the preseason, and that's why I tweaked my hamstring. The Lakers can't get Russell Westbrook to come off the bench, and J. Kidd is doing it here.
I would. I might not change it at all. Because first of all, does it really matter if he's going to get 30 minutes and he'll be on the floor at the end of the game, which he wasn't last night necessarily. He was at the very end, but there was 4 minutes of the fourth where he wasn't.
Yeah.
As long as he's going to be getting the same amount of minutes, I don't know that I care whether he starts or not.
He played 24 minutes last night.
I mean, there's a big chunk of minutes in that fourth quarter he could have played.
Here's the minutes leaders from last night. Finney Smith played 38. Luka, he scored 35. He played 37. Bullock, 30. Dinwiddie, 28. Maxey, 26. Hardaway, 25. And RJ, he's way down the list in terms of guys who got the majority of minutes in this one.
Then maybe they're trying to ease him in, whatever. They know better than we do. But I'd keep. I mean, look, Ginobili came off the bench for years. He was fine. Lou Williams has come off the bench all the time. He's fine. Now, Lou Williams is not the second best player on a team, but you can make a case Ginobili was the second most important player on the Spurs. You can make the case.
You can make the case. Yeah. Hall of Famer. Went to the Hall of Fame. The former Maverick, Jalen Brunson, debuted for the Knicks last night. 15 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds. Took a big charge to force overtime against Ja and the Grizz. Memphis ends up beating New York. Morant had 34. But that's the debut for Jalen Brunson.
That's pretty good. I mean, I don't know that that's, what...
15, 9, and 6.
Yeah, that's probably what he is, right? That's what you expect from him. He was never going to be that 40-point guy that he was in the playoffs last year.
No Knicks starter had a game with 9 or more assists on 0 turnovers in the last 2 seasons.
Jeez.
Jalen had it after 1 game.
Oh.
No Nick in the last 2 years had 9 or more assists and no turnovers.
Wow. And, I don't know if you saw the halftime last night on ESPN, but, Jalen Rose was talking about how the Knicks looked organized at the end of a game for the first time in forever, and that's because of Brunson.
Derrick Rose was praising him, too. He's like, I'm happy to be sitting behind him. This guy's a leader. He has everyone gelling at practice. To the degree that he got paid, was that worth it for the Mavs? We still say no. Sean and RJ here. That is the Mavs opening night recap, and we're feeling just fine about it on DFW Sports Station. What we were not feeling fine about is our interview with the legend. Jim Nance and Romo have the call of Cowboys-Lions, where things went wrong with Jim Nance on Sean and RJ yesterday. We'll recap it next on The Fan. But first, where did things go wrong out there on the road? Is it the 18-wheeler drifting over next to you? Is it the drunk driver? continues. This is from the guy that we crosstalk with, RJ. Yeah. By the way, the voice of the Detroit Lions will join us. By the way, I'm about to take a lot of media shots in this segment. Oh, no. We can't get a hold of anyone in Detroit. It's like they're WFAN over there.
Yeah, I mean, the city as a whole has been so successful sports-wise over the last several years that I wouldn't call back somebody either.
What is going on? Like, their big dog in the city that everyone has told us to get on hasn't responded for like 4 years to RJ's messages. I had Sandler try to hit him up. He don't respond. The head of their other station. We're an Odyssey station. They don't respond for crosstalk. I've never had such difficulty with a crappy sports team.
Yeah.
Now, I think they're a good sports city.
I think it's one of the 2 or 3 best sports cities. Because I do
really,
yeah. Because I do believe it's like
because I think their station like dominates with numbers.
Yeah. So to me, the best sports cities are the ones where there's no kind of
social life.
Social life, yeah.
You're miserable in the winter. You can't do anything but watch.
Yeah, I think to me, like what makes a great sports city is there's no hierarchy of teams. You like all the teams about the same.
Okay.
And you love the college teams at about the same level that you do the pro. So Detroit, I think I might say Detroit's the best sports city in the country.
Wow.
Detroit, I'd say Philadelphia, Boston.
Yeah.
Like they
Bills, Eagles, Sixers, Flyers.
Pittsburgh. Like they don't sit there and say, it's Lion season, forget the Tigers. Like no, they did or in Philadelphia, like they'll go like Philadelphia, they're just as much into the Phillies right now as they are the Eagles. And they'll go to the Eagles game, a Phillies game, then they'll go right to the Eagles game.
Yeah.
Now the TV ratings are maybe different because of it's only one game a week, but those fans are nuts.
Yeah.
And they're just as nuts for the Phillies as they are the Eagles. And like to me, that's what makes a great sports town.
But we can't get a hold of anyone at their radio station. They're not responding. I'm like, what are y'all like? Well, this isn't a Boston sports run that you're on, being all high and mighty. Right. But we had to go to the broadcast team. Like the play-by-play voice and the analysts are going to join us today and tomorrow. But we can't get anyone on from the other station. The reason I brought that up, we did crosstalk with DC. My boy Chris Russell. He went viral yesterday because they had a Commanders fan that won the team's 50-50 raffle. Drew in Rockville called in and confirmed that a check that he won in this raffle bounced for $14,000. He showed off the pictures from the Washington Football Charitable Foundation. It displayed the logo. And I'm sitting here saying, okay, this is fake. This is made up. Well, the Commanders responded. One of their spokespeople responded and said, we've reached out to the fan and sent the money directly to his account. It was a bank error.
Oh, yes.
And we have reached out. So the Commanders' check bounces off of a fan raffle that they had.
Blame the bank. Look, I do these 50-50 raffles every now and then.
What are they?
Okay, so you ever go to the game and you see somebody carry like an orange sign and it's got, I think it's an orange sign. It's got orange writing on it at least. And it says, for $10 you get 10 tickets. For $20 you get 20 tickets. And for $40 you get, 100 tickets. 100 raffle tickets. And you split it. 50% of the raffle goes to the foundation that the team is a part of. And every stadium in town's got one of these. And then the other 50% goes to you. And I'll play it periodically. Boy, Sarah gets so mad at me when I play it too.
Why? Because you're spending money.
I'm just giving money away. She goes, "It's stupid. It's dumb. You're just wasting money. You're not going to win. Nobody wins. Nobody wins these things."
Man, I hope I'm not a homeless person around her complex.
No, she'll donate to the homeless.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. But I was like 2 numbers off like one time. I was like, I was one. But at the Stars game the other night, 20,000 people, it was over 30 grand. So you were splitting like 16,000. So how can the Commanders, who a stadium that holds what, 80,000 people,
90,
only get $28,000 in that pot? Those cheap asses up there.
And it bounced.
And it bounced.
Man, so that's a little note inside the NFC East. So yesterday, we had a little awkward encounter with Jim Nance. Legend.
Hello, friends.
Legendary voice who joined us to preview Cowboys Lions. And we started off the interview talking about, the biggest subject in the sport is the owners' meetings. I introduced Jim as the 33rd, 34th owner, showing how powerful he is, how connected he is. And wanted to ask him about two what I thought was very relevant topics before we got to the game preview. Well, that was to set you up for the question about all this ownership drama that we have in the NFC East featuring Jerry Jones, Dan Snyder, and now Robert Kraft as of last night. What are your thoughts on all that, Jim?
I don't have any thoughts. I'll be honest. I'm not in the room, so I'm not going to report on stuff that is second or third-hand information. So I just don't go down those roads.
What are your thoughts on Dick Ebersol's Tony Romo analysis of being a color?
Just let's make some news here today, guys. Come on.
I mean,
seriously, I'm trying to give you some content. I'm not trying to be put on a firing line here.
Come
on. I didn't ask to be on the show so I could get to spend the rest of the week trying to answer why I said something.
So no comment.
What else you got?
So, okay.
All right.
Shutting down the first two questions, and then you asked him about Liv, because, look, Jim Nance, you could argue, in terms of the resume and the balance of it, he could be the 1 seed, right? We're talking Final Four voice, Masters voice, Super Bowl voice.
Oh, yeah, he's the 1 seed. I don't think there's a question about it.
And he's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think he's a great play-by-play guy.
I agree. Joe Buck, when he was doing baseball too, you could say, because, would you rather do the Super Bowl and the World Series or the Super Bowl and the Final Four and golf? Like Joe Buck's, Jim Nance worked. I mean, there's 34 golf weeks of the year, 40 something like that, right? 34. I think CBS has 34. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
When you factor in the 20 weeks you already do in the NFL.
That's why he has a Pebble Beach replica golf hole in his backyard.
Yeah.
When people go back there, he hits his phone. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
And the Masters music comes
plays,
on.
yeah.
Where everyone can go ahead on the par 3.
Yep.
And you sign your name on there. He's got like the dream life setup.
I think it's a replica of number 7.
Yeah.
At Pebble.
So sitting there dealing with that, yet Michael Irvin calls me after the show. Or I called Mike because he was texting like, "What's going on with this interview?" And he's like, "I was like, what? Do you think I messed up? Like, was that my bad?" He's like, "You could have eased into it. You could have eased it. You could have eased in. You could have eased in a little better," which is a fair point. Maybe we do, Cowboys Lions preview and then ask about Dick Ebersol saying that Nance's partner Tony Romo has lost his passion. I think that's something you ask Nance about. Like that to me is pretty obvious. And then he's getting ready to come here and interact with Jerry Jones and Dan Snyder. You ask about Mike Tirico talked about it. He had no problem talking about it. So whatever. I'm sitting there. I was like, I guess I could have, kissed butt, with the hellos and all that. And then asked at the end, but I don't regret asking about those two topics. And then 610 in Houston hits me up later in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, listen to this audio. This is audio from the offseason of Deshaun Watson.
Oh, that was big.
That was pretty big. And there's like a red carpet event where they're interviewing Nance, and see if you hear any similarities to what we just played.
Red carpet alert. Red carpet alert.
Oh, all right. Let's go out to the Houston Sports Awards presented by Inspirity at Carlton Woods Golf Course in the Woodlands. Jim Nance, the great Jim Nance, is with us on the red carpet. And Jim, man, you cover everything from baseball, from basketball to the NFL to golf. With the Texans, have you ever seen an offseason quite like this from the end with the quarterback?
Honestly, it wasn't even on my mind, man. I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy. No, I mean, I live in California. I know what the national media is writing about it. I sure hope all this gets worked out. But I don't have much more to say about it than that right now. It's not. I'm trying to make my way through about 100 media members that are friends of mine.
Well, we appreciate you stopping.
What else you guys got? That's it. We want to talk about what's wrong with the Texans. Okay.
No,
Great.
the event
Well
you're
done,
at.
guys.
The event you're at.
I don't want to talk about the Super Bowl or the Final Four of the Masters. We want to talk about what's wrong with the Texans. Gotcha. I know where you're coming from. Thanks, guys.
Walked off, gone.
Unbelievable.
I feel like, doesn't that sound totally similar and
It
identical?
sounds just what happened to us.
Our sister station sent me that. They're like, listen to this from a few years ago. I was like, what world am I living in? Or has the world of interviewing totally flipped in the last 48 hours that I'm not aware of? Where Jim Nance is like offended and above answering, big sports topics and questions?
Man. It's not, he lives in California. So he can't, he doesn't know what happens in Houston, apparently.
Mike Tirico was in Spain.
Yeah, he was.
Now, Tirico didn't touch on the owner's scandal a ton. I get it.
Yeah, he's like, guys, sorry, I'm in Spain.
Yeah.
Quick 48-hour trip to see my daughter.
And look,
I didn't read it.
And look, guys like Jim Nance and Al Michaels, they're made guys. Al wouldn't come on here and probably delve into it a ton. He did drop on the Thursday night broadcast. He thinks the owners want Snyder out. I just think there's a more comfortable way to do it rather than be shocked and surprised we're asking you about these two very relevant topics. I think Jim thought he was just going to come on and talk about Cowboys Lions, but look, we get Jim Nance like once a year. We have to ask him about Liv. He's the voice of golf. Got to ask him about the Romo criticism. Not trying to sit there and pin him against the wall, man. We're just trying to have a sports conversation.
No, you had to ask about Liv, and you had to ask about Romo. Those just were in the news.
Yeah.
I just don't know why you wouldn't. Truckwreck.com text line. He doesn't want to comment on that. What's wrong with you? Nance will never say anything controversial.
What's wrong with me over that? He doesn't want to comment on it?
I guess. Jim will not. All he has to do is say he does not know, but his ego will not allow him to. Nance will never say anything controversial.
Yeah.
You guys got put in your place. Jim Nance didn't have his job handed to him like his daddy, like Joe Buck did.
Oh.
He has a non-controversial image to maintain. By the way, Jim does tennis too. Enough of the TMZ talk. That's what Nance isn't interested in.
That has to be from Justin. He's been going crazy on Twitter. Like a psycho when we were talking about Dan Snyder and Jerry Jones stuff. So that was just a little recap for the Tolos that were asking about it yesterday. Jim Nance and Romo will have the call Sunday of Cowboys Lions on CBS. Headlines, our highest rated segment of the show, followed by the Expressway. Dak is back. How do you feel about the debut of Christian Wood? Major League Baseball playoffs as well. And your red hot Dallas Stars tried to move to 4-0. Headlines with Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford store.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dak is back. Good morning, Metroplex. Headlines here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. We got Joey running things behind the board. Yesterday, he was listed as a full participant for the walkthrough practice, and the media members were not privy to the throwing afterwards. He was supposed to throw 40 to 50 passes, as reported by Jane Slater. The goal is today, fully padded, and he should be good to go against the Lions on Sunday. That's the feeling out there at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Dak back today, fully padded practice.
Fully padded. If he's okay tomorrow, like if there's no like pain or residual impact from throwing the ball 40 to 50 times, then there's no reason he's not a full go. Like that's the only hurdle, right? I can't think of any other hurdle other than that one that's left. That it's just about how does he feel the next day?
How do you judge trusting him with soreness? You know what I mean? Like you're gonna ask him, and you'd have to see like the final 4 or 5 throws tail off or come up short. That's probably not gonna happen. And you're gonna have to trust him being like, I feel totally fine, as if the injury never even happened.
You're just gonna have to trust him. You know, it's like. Yeah, you have certain people that work with you or that are in your life that you just trust. And there's if you can't trust them, then you can't have them as your quarterback.
Yeah, but it's different.
You know what I mean?
Right?
So you got to trust him.
It's like when my dad is sick, I don't trust him to stay home when he should. He's 85 years old. He's always going to go into the office. Like he should not be trusted in terms of assessing his own health or making the decision whether to stay out of the office, not to get other people sick. That's how I feel about Dak. It's always going to be, I can do it. Put me out there. You got to kill me for me not to play. He would,
if it's just pain, I assume that he would go to the trainer and say, hey, just shoot me up with something. Make the pain go away. That's football. That's what these football guys do. It's crazy. Nuts to me. If I'm in pain, I'm staying in bed. I'm staying in bed.
Nah, you come out to work all the time.
I know.
Dak,
I wish I had a better disposition for being able to call in sick. I hate not being able to call in sick.
Why don't you?
I don't know. I feel guilty, I guess, which is crazy because if I die, my job's posted 2 days later.
That's right. And you see the amount of sick days rollover that you have accumulated.
I have 480. Let's see. I have 12 weeks of sick days that are rolled over, which I'll never see.
Dalton Schultz listed as a full participant for the walkthrough as well, but they want to see how his knee is going to hold up. So you got Prescott, Schultz, and Jason Peters good to go yesterday. CeeDee Lamb was limited with a hip issue. Bobby Belt will join us in 15 minutes at 7:20 this morning in order to preview the Lions and get to the injury situation.
Truckwreck.com text line. Doesn't matter if he's sore, he's playing. The re-injury risk is gone. He's playing.
That's what Jerry said.
I trusted my ex-wife, but that didn't go well. It's another one. There you go. Yep. Interesting.
Meanwhile, the QB update in Miami as Tua was asked about the second concussion that he suffered in that primetime game.
I wouldn't say it was scary for me at the time, because there was a point where I was unconscious, so I couldn't, really tell what was going on. So, when I did come to and kind of realize what was going on, what was happening, I didn't think of anything, long term or short term. I was just wondering what happened.
So that's Tua, who is going to play Sunday night against the Steelers.
He was going to play when he was cleared. I'm a little surprised the NFL didn't step in and be like, hey, we're not going to clear him. We're not going to clear. Did you tell the doctor, you ain't clearing him?
Right.
He's out for a couple of more weeks. He's out for a week after he's cleared. But I will say this. Nobody is going to be cleared with a stricter threshold than Tua, right? That benchmarks that he has to hit are going to be more strict than anybody we have ever seen in the NFL. in terms of concussions and head injuries. So I feel very confident that he is not being rushed back. There is no way that this league is going to allow him to play when he has any remote leftover residual impact from the concussion. So, having said what I said, half joking about that, I can't believe I let him play, there is no doubt in my mind that the NFL made sure that he is good and had several neurologists look at him.
Thursday Night Football taking place this evening. Do we feel like we're going to get a good game? Do you know who's playing?
Saints and Cardinals.
Yes.
Crap game. Thank God the ALCS is on.
Both teams at 2-4.
And I bet you, nobody knows how to find either game.
Baseball?
Yeah.
Or the Amazon?
Both. I bet you nobody has any idea how to find either game.
Saints Cardinals in Arizona. Over-under is 44. That is your Thursday Night Football. Mavs with their opener last night. It was a thriller. It did not end up well, though, as, you know what? The game-winning shot, that was Suns Radio. Someone named Damian Lee kills the Mavs in the fourth quarter. Tolos are arguing that Jason Kidd killed them as well. With Christian Wood on the sideline, here's how it ended after the Mavs were up 20+.
Lee back to Booker. They better hurry for a shot. Give it to Lee. Lee on the drive. Lee's shot is good. Baseline. Had to put it up over Cleveland.
Damian Lee, the former Golden State Warrior, beats the Mavs as it looked like Luka was going to force overtime. I had old memories. Michael, 93 finals. That layup that really set up the Paxson 3. That was really the killer. In that NBA Finals game against Barkley's team, Luka went right down that right side as well. Layup, and one, tie game, and then Damian Lee gets lucky throwing up a prayer on the baseline as the Mavs lose to Phoenix after dominating all night long.
It was the story for me is Christian Wood coming out of the game with 6:41 to go and not going back in until there was 2:19 left. A 12-point swing while he was out. That's a big jump. Big gap that was closed by them.
He was asked about sitting in a lot of crunch time. Quote, "I'm just happy to be a part of this team.
Oh, no.
Late in games, it's just a trust thing. I have to build the trust with this team. I'm on a new team. Once I do that, I think we'll be good."
Hey, you just scored 16 points in a row. Isn't that building trust?
Isn't that building trust? What the heck? Now,
I don't get it, man.
Chris Paul was not put back into close.
Chris Paul stinks. He's a choker.
Campaign. Chris Paul may as well not even suit up for Mavs games. It's like he doesn't. It's like he's taking money. He's playing like he's taking money against the Mavericks. Campaign did more. Not Campaign. Cameron Payne. He did more last night than the entire series against the Mavs in the postseason last year. But the Suns rally from 22 down. But the story is Christian Wood. How good he looked. And I wonder if Bassick is going to come in here worried. He's already worried that playing Christian Wood off the bench is going to cause him to leave as a free agent. How long does he keep coming off the bench when he's clearly your second best player?
Mm-hmm.
And he was not put in for the crunch time minutes. That was weird. Very
weird. Very weird.
And we usually don't question Jason Kidd.
No, we don't. We don't question him at all. I mean, for our money, he's a fantastic coach.
Like, I feel like we're going into every game with a tactical advantage with Jay Kidd, a basketball genius on the sideline, and he knows how to push these guys' buttons because he was a legendary player. But what was he doing with Christian Wood at the end there?
I really don't know. If I knew, I'd be a lot better about it today. But as it is, I mean, it's like, guys, this is it's kind of upsetting. It really is. I know it's one game. It doesn't matter. Like I feel better about the season after last night than I did going in.
And the Suns earned the top seed in large part closing ability. They were an NBA best 33-9 in clutch games. 33-9. And here you go with the comeback yesterday, playing their first game without their owner, Robert Sarver. But I still think the Mavs have their number, and the Mavs are probably a better team than Phoenix. So it was entertaining. Stayed up late. It was worth it in terms of getting a full basketball game. The ending did sting. Sean and RJ here with headlines on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. You also had 2 games taking place in Major League Baseball. Let's start off in the armpit.
And Chaz drives it pretty deep to right center. Judge is going back at the wall, looking up, kiss it goodbye. Chaz McCormick goes deep, and the Astros go up 3-1.
4-2. The Astros continue their postseason dominance. They lead the ALCS 1-0.
Yep, they're tremendous, dude. Like Verlander was not good early, very rocky early, kind of reminiscent of what happened with Seattle in the first game where he gave up 6 runs and he got rocked, and he was getting rocked early. They only scored 1 run off him early, but they had guys on base. I mean, they had guys that were not he wasn't able to put guys away. And then third inning, it all changed. He had second and third, and all of a sudden strikeout of Donaldson and Carpenter, and he was nails after that. I think he retired 11 straight, striking out a bunch of guys. He was fantastic late in this one, and the Houston Pats just peppered some home runs, and all of a sudden it was a 4-1 game. Yankees score 1 late. They wind up winning 4-2. That bullpen is nasty as well. I don't know how they don't win this series in 5 at Houston. I don't know how they don't. This is the biggest underdog the Yankees have been in a postseason series since 1976.
What?
And they're only plus 155. Right? They're only plus 1. So that's not a big underdog. That's the biggest they've been in a postseason series in 46 years.
Meanwhile, gosh, we got the armpit celebrating, and Filthy is like on top of the sports world right now. And I thought it was continuing when they were instantly up 4-0. 4-0 against San Diego. They're blooping the Padres to death in the first inning with Blake Snell on the mound. Soto loses the ball in the sun, 4-zip, and then the Pods do their thing.
Machado lifts the ball to left center field. Way back there. Goodbye. Home run, Manny Machado.
Padres even up the NLCS with the comeback win.
I don't know if you saw the Nola, Mr. Nola, big old man Nola. So each team has Nola, N-O-L-A. So Aaron Nola was the pitcher last night for Philly. His brother plays for San Diego. So his dad's out there not knowing. So and the brother gets a big hit off of the pitcher. And the dad's like, who do I root for? What do I do?
Right.
My one son just gave up the hit, but the other one got one, and it was a run-scoring single. What do I do? What's going on here? So he has both jerseys on. I thought it was really cool. It's like, man, that's gold. That's like dream for me.
Yeah.
Both my kids at the show, and I get to watch them play in the league championship series. But
hell yeah,
much needed, absolute must win. I know they wouldn't have been eliminated if they lost, but there's no way coming down 0-2 going to Philadelphia that San Diego would have had a prayer in this series. Huge win for them. Bats came alive, and now, tied at 1. Maybe you take 2 or 3 from Philadelphia and you win a game 6 at home.
I'm blacking out a little bit because of the midnight sleep. I may have said the Caps earlier. My apologies. The Stars are going to look to move to 4-0 in Toronto tonight.
Yeah, so they play the Caps when they come back to the American Airlines Center. They got a 4-game road trip, 3 of them in Canada starting tonight.
6 o'clock start time on ESPN+. The Maple Leafs are 2-2. The Stars are red hot.
Yeah, and the Leafs have got some good young talent. But this Stars red hot to start the season. So they'll go Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa, and then Boston in this 4-game.
What do we need to know about the Detroit Lions? What's the plan for Dak Prescott and Dalton Schultz today? Let's check in with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell, next on The Fan. But let me first check in on that 401k.
for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
It is now time for Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Babe Laufenberg is going to join us at 8:40, and the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Lions in the final hour of the show. It's still a 7-point spread. So what is that saying? It's been 7, as yesterday it looked like Dak was getting the green light.
Pretty much tells us, I think, that Vegas has known for a while that this was going to be the game. That they baked the line in, that they baked Dak into the line. So I think that Vegas, to their credit, usually is ahead of us on injuries anyway. They're usually ahead of the media on injuries a lot of times because my guess,
how
they employ doctors. They have
not that the team doctors are feeding Vegas.
Maybe
little TMZ payment.
Maybe. That's my guess. My guess is that they've got every team doctor on payroll.
Good morning, Bobo. How are you?
Hello, friends. I'm great. How are you?
Now, are we allowed to ask you about Vegas and team doctor? How they get their information?
I'm here to give you guys content. Don't put me on the firing line. As an NFL employee, I can't talk about betting. My word. Gosh.
But that's right. Like, even if we asked you how you think Vegas gets their medical information, you couldn't comment on it because of your NFL network?
I mean, I can speculate and wonder. I know we've got strict policies that say we're not allowed to do that. Does that mean that it doesn't go on? I mean, it very well may. Because, I mean, you remember, Chop's right. Like, I think they're ahead of us. Because you remember last year, that was the first tip-off. Dak wasn't going to play against Minnesota. It was the line moved on, like, Wednesday.
Yeah.
As everybody thought he was going to play with the calf strain. And all of a sudden, the line moved, like, 4.5 points or something.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like, oh, something's not right here. Then we slowly found out, oh, Dak's not going. So they're definitely ahead of things.
It's crazy, though. Like they have to, somebody's got to be on their payroll for them. But how does that happen? Right? Like, how does somebody get away with that? Like, if you work for a franchise, I mean, how secretive do you have to be on that? My God.
Because it's a PowerPoint presentation that I think actually mine is past due right now with the league that I need to finish. But it's a PowerPoint presentation you're supposed to complete. Yeah.
You're doing a PowerPoint presentation for the league?
You have to do a PowerPoint presentation every year in October that you have to go through, and it's like a 30-minute refresher on what you're not allowed to do as part of the gambling policy.
Oh, so it's like it's like your training course for your company.
Yep. And I think I think mine is overdue right now.
Yeah.
They run you through you're not allowed to talk to people. That's a big part of it, is that they say you're not allowed to give inside information about injuries to anybody who's looking for it. And if they find out you did, then you'll be banned for life. So
what happened with Dak yesterday and what's supposed to happen today?
So he went through the mock game, which is very, very light work. They didn't really practice yesterday. Mike McCarthy, with the late Sunday night game, felt like they got back late and he'd rather underdo things than overdo it. Said that he's overworked teams in practice before and that he feels like he's learned from that and he doesn't want to do that anymore. It's actually one of the things that you hear people praise Mike McCarthy for a lot, players around the league and stuff like that, is that he takes care of guys and makes sure that their health is preserved. And so they just went through the mock game, and then Dak got in 40 to 50 passes after practice, and he'll move forward and should be a full go today. But
is that enough? Right? Is that enough with McCarthy saying he needs a full week? That 50 throws Wednesday, padded practice today, good to go Sunday NFL game?
I think so. I mean, the padded practice is really the big day for them typically anyway. That's usually a good indicator of if somebody's going to go. They can miss Wednesday and Friday. If they miss Thursday, that's a bigger indicator that something's wrong.
Okay.
And so going today will be a big part of it. But it's not just, those 40 or 50 throws Wednesday. He got in the throws, obviously, before the Philly game and was throwing some last week. And so there has been a ramp-up period already. But, yeah, it's something that I think that... I would put it at like 95% that he plays. The only reason I'm not putting it at 100 is because Michael Gallup burned us earlier in the year, where the team can have a certain perspective on you being medically cleared and the player may feel differently. Now, I know that Dak certainly seems like he's itching to get back out there and wants to be out there, so I don't think that he's going to throw up a roadblock on himself, but the team clearly, I think at this point is giving him the thumbs up, literally on social media and everything else. And so, I think he'll be ready to go. And he should be back out there. Doesn't mean there won't be some rust to knock off. I mean, timing's going to take some work. But he's been working on those things. James Washington talked yesterday, about how everything looks really good from Dak. Catching passes from him looks good. In fact, he said catching passes from Dak is like getting a paycheck in your hand. And so James Washington, big fan of it. Jake Ferguson talked about how even before he was throwing, they were working on things, from just the mental side and working on whatever they could without throwing, talking about how when Dak would see him running a route during practice, and when Jake would get back to the huddle, maybe Dak would say, all right, hey, you were a little too deep on that route. You want to make that a little tighter. And so they were already communicating about those things and trying to work on as much of it as they could before this last week when he started throwing.
Yeah, two things that kind of blew up yesterday social media-wise with the Cowboys. The thumbs up number 4. I thought we weren't allowed to do thumbs up emojis anymore.
Well, Gen Z canceled that.
Canceled,
yeah. So Gen Z,
but haven't they canceled?
Why is that? I'm a big. I know it's not a big thumb with me, but I'm a big thumbs up guy.
Yeah.
I thumbs up people everywhere all the time.
I know.
What's the problem? We'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
And then Michael Irvin dining with Post Malone last night. Post Malone was out at practice. Did you see him, Bobby?
I did not see him. So we weren't able to go to practice yesterday. In fact, when we got to when these days off happen, they have us come in and talk to guys in locker at like 11 a.m., which like half the roster isn't even there yet by then when they have a day off.
Right.
It's a nice veteran savvy move there to limit the amount of folks that we're going to be able to talk to, but we'll be able to see them all today. But no, we're not able to go out there. You did neglect. You say Michael Irvin had lunch with Post Malone or dinner with Post Malone. It was also Drew Pearson and Des Bryant. I don't know why you're sliding those guys.
Was
Sean.
that Chipotle? Did they go to Chipotle?
Chipotle.
No, I think Post is a big Olive Garden. I gotta see.
Oh no,
he destroys one place with like food delivery. So sorry.
Boy, he does look Olive Garden as hell. So that makes sense.
He does.
What does that mean? I don't think you can say that.
I think you know what that means. That looks like he looks like the man that would dine at Olive Garden. Is all I mean.
Very cancelable.
I think that's
forget about thumbs up. Olive
man.
Garden-y. You look like a breadsticks kind of person.
This like he likes bad Italian food.
Looks like an all
Or
you
good
can.
Italian food.
That's exactly. Hey, I look Olive Garden-y. Like, I mean, that's just the way. I mean, it's like Chop said. Chop said I would rather go to Olive Garden than like the nicest Italian restaurant.
Right.
So.
I think you would.
You look. Yeah, you are Olive Garden. You and Post. Bobby Bell.
Yeah, so you can feel comfortable saying it. I've said it. Let's get these things out of the way. They can only cancel if you let them, Sean.
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ with your Cowboys report on 105 through the Fan. What's going on with Dalton Schultz?
So Dalton Schultz had that little tweak on Saturday ahead of the game, which, man, that's been happening to them a lot lately.
Yeah.
Because CeeDee Lamb got banged up on Saturday. There was a couple weeks back, Simi Fehoko got hurt on a Saturday.
Jordan Lewis?
So they've been having Jordan Lewis. Yeah, he was a game day. They've been having a lot of this like leading up to the game, like just walkthrough type of stuff where they've gotten some injuries, which is interesting to me. But Dalton Schultz, I mean, they should be good to go. Everybody was projected pretty much as a full participant other than CD, who was projected as limited yesterday with the hip. But Dalton Schultz, I think, should be ready to go, but he's been dealing with some of these nagging injuries. This knee's been, kind of bugging him here for about a month now. And look, I think if there's anybody who's going to benefit from the return of Dak Prescott, it's going to be Dalton Schultz, who, kind of disappeared when Dak went down. But Dalton Schultz, I think, is going to be a big benefactor of Dak returning. I think Michael Gallup will be a big benefactor, and just the team in general, the execution on third down and some of the things that they do. But, working his way back, we'll see how healthy he is, but I would imagine he'll be a full participant today.
What should we know about the Detroit Lions?
They're terrible on defense. You can know that. I mean, they're terrible on defense. They've been putting things together on offense. They've had a strong run here where, especially they've been able to run the ball. Jared Goff has had a resurgence. RJ Choppy's Jared Goff, I should say.
Yes.
Has had a resurgence. And, they can put up some points, but I feel like, again, this is something where Dallas's defense, I'm not totally concerned with it, because I mean, even if you've got really the only type of offense right now that would scare me with the Cowboys defense would be a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes and what they're able to do. And so I think they match up pretty well against just about anybody else. And look, they've got some decent players over there. Josh Reynolds, they've got TJ Hawkinson, who, tight ends have been a problem for them in the past, but they just got off a game where they handled Dallas Goedert pretty well. Amon-Ra St. Brown is another one. So they've got talented players. DeAndre Swift, who was a limited participant, I think, yesterday, but there's a couple injuries that they're still watching. DJ Chark has been out for a few weeks. He did not practice on Wednesday. And Taylor Decker, the offensive tackle, he didn't practice yesterday either. He missed last week. And so a couple injuries to watch there, or a few injuries there to watch there when you include DeAndre Swift. But ultimately, I mean, this is a bad defense. If there's one defense it's a good one for Dak to come back and try to knock off some of the rust, it may be Detroit. But I still think you're going to be looking at some rust factors on Sunday because of the fact that those issues are more going to be related to what Dak is able to do in Dak's time with his receivers and a lot less to do with who's on the other side of the field. And so the one thing I'll give him is Dan Campbell likes to obviously have physical football teams, and he likes, to have a team that hits people really hard. And so I'm sure that what they're talking about over on their sideline this week is, all right, let's test this quarterback, see how ready he is. Let's get in there. Let's hit him as hard as the league will let us, which isn't very hard these days. But, I think that'll be Detroit will probably try to make this a physical game and really test Dak in the return.
Do you see, and look, I am a Goff guy, but I do know that you get him from the middle, like pressure up the middle is killer for him. Do you see Micah going more the A gap this time because of that with Goff, and he's terrible when you come at him from the middle?
That's possible. I mean, if Taylor Decker's down, you may have some success rushing around the edge, and he just may be able to get home quicker there. I'm kind of interested to see Dallas has run more twists and stunts and things like that than any other team in the NFL. And at times there's a theory that when you run those twists and when you run those sort of games up front with your defensive line, it compromises your gaps and it can make things tough. And so when you've got a good running football team like Detroit and you've got the talent that they have in the running game, I would be a little concerned about trying to draw things up for rushes up the middle like that could then potentially compromise those A and B gaps. But I mean, as long as it's a pure rush, I don't see much of a problem with that. It's just if you're going to run him as part of twists and stunts, you may find yourself getting gashed a little bit in the run game. It can be tough to defend against that when you're running those games. But if they're compromised at tackle, you may just see Dallas try and take advantage of that. That may be where the weakness is, and that they decide, hey, this is something that we can take advantage of. But generally you get right up in Goff's face, as it is a struggle for a lot of quarterbacks. That's the way, for years teams have felt like you got to get Tom Brady, is get, pressure right up the middle and get in his face. Broadus thought last week that was the way to get Jalen Hurts, just get him backpedaling and off his game. And so it's a winning formula against a number of quarterbacks. I just wonder if the Cowboys would view it as, hey, there's some susceptibility here on the edges that we can take advantage of.
Thank you, Bobo. We will pick the game tomorrow.
Thank you, friends. I love you all.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider Smart Alec on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. So why did the thumbs up emoji really get canceled or criticized?
Yeah, so here's the story.
So this is Joey's age. This is Joey's people trying to do this.
Yeah, you're Gen Z, right?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Oh, see, poor guy. So what happened was Gen Z doesn't like the thumbs up emoji.
Okay.
I don't know that they care about the thumbs up in person.
No one does a thumbs up in person.
No, I mean, I'll do it as a joke every now and then. Like, all right. But like,
I mean, do you do it for hailing a cab, or is it the
Oh, no, you can't hail a cab with a thumbs up. You got to have your hand up, and then as the cab's going, you got to run it down.
Okay.
You gotta drop it down.
Okay.
Like you're chopping something.
I have not seen that technique, but
that's what you got to do.
You're from that area.
Gen Zers are calling out the popular thumbs up emoji for being rude and hostile. Saying they feel attacked when they see it used in the workplace. A Reddit post.
Feel attacked? It's like an agreement. It's like confirmation, like, okay, got it.
Yeah, no. To them, it's like a very condescending thing. After a Reddit.
Will the next iPhone update or your phone update have the thumbs up emoji on it?
Oh, of course it will.
Okay, well, then it's not
it will.
getting canceled. Then it's not. Then
right.
This movement doesn't have that much strength and power.
But it'll get canceled because it will phase out, because the next generation always phases things out, right? So they can stop things.
So that's what I'm wondering. When will it be off of our phones for the emoji?
I don't know that it'll ever be off the phones. It'll just be passe. Is it passe? Is that the word passe to use? Taboo. So a Reddit poster confessed to being, quote, not adult enough to be comfortable with the thumbs up emoji reaction. For younger people, the thumbs up emoji is used to be really passive aggressive. It's super rude if someone just sends you a thumbs up. So I also had a weird time adjusting because my workplace is the same. Older workers appear flummoxed. Noted they use the thumbs up in work-related chats to signal I approve, or I understand, or I will obey, or got it, we're good to go.
Yeah.
People are saying young people are saying I only use it sarcastically, even though I'm not even sure if the irony comes across. So the generational communication cultural difference.
Wow.
Another quote. Everyone my age in the office doesn't do it, but the Gen X people always do. Took me a bit to adjust to get out of my head that it means they're mad at me.
Broadus is correct. He just texted me, Phil Mickelson, thumbs up. True.
Yeah, Phil does the thumbs up.
Phil always does it to like the galleries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kim Law, a 25-year-old social worker, says we're people and we have words to use. If I took the time out of to write a thoughtful message, and you should be responding with a bare minimum, fix it and write something real back. Okay, but let me ask you this, Kim Law. Do you abbreviate words? I mean, I do. Like, do you write thanks?
You and Gen Z do.
Yeah. Do you write thanks, THX?
And teeny bopper girls.
Right? Do you write THX for thanks? Like, what are you going to do with that extra time that you saved by not using the A and the N and the K? Like, and what are you going to do? What are you going to do with that with the time you saved there? Or will you just write IDK for I don't know? I mean, do you do that? Like, I wrote a text to you. Give me the courtesy of a full response.
Right. These are the dilemmas.
These are the dilemmas that we sit in. And, maybe if you were to, go see your neighbors and talk to them in a more Gen Z kind of way.
Are there any symbols that y'all think are condescending or you don't like, you hate when someone texts you back that emoji before we move on off of this? Is there anything that sets you off or irritates you or you refuse to use on your phone?
I don't like the peach for the butt.
Why?
Fair.
All you did at Cowboys training camp was love that one player's rear end.
Story Jackson.
Yes.
Because when I was a kid, a peach on a woman was a different body part.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden, somewhere along the way.
So what was the fruit of the butt?
It was an apple.
It's an apple. Okay. There's no crease.
But,
I got it.
It was different. And somewhere along the way, and I didn't get a memo, I was not informed of when the peach went from there to the butt. But it did.
And then pineapples got thrown in the mix.
But that is for a completely different way to go. And whether or not they're upside down.
Why though? What's the significance of the pineapple to that lifestyle?
Who knows, man?
I don't know. I don't get it.
Who knows? K instead of okay. That's what it is. If you text me back the letter K.
That's an abbreviation for okay. That should be right down your alley.
K is like a woman saying, I'm fine. If the girl writes K to you, man, she hacked off at you.
I agree, and I do not use K.
If you're a girl and you write K to your dude, he knows he is in trouble. And when he gets home, there is going to be a fight.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Thank y'all for being a Tolo. So with all this talk about Dak and his return, CBS Sports came out with their updated list of quarterback play.
They did. So they went assessing every team starting quarterback, and they did it off of, three factors. One, current status. 2, past performance. And 3, future outlook. Okay. So, for example, Aaron Rodgers is ranked ahead of Geno Smith, even though Geno's been better this year because of past performance. Okay, so they're factoring that in. And it doesn't say if they're weighing each 33% or not.
Right.
But number one, for the first time this year, Patrick Mahomes is not the number one quarterback in the NFL.
Josh Allen.
It is Josh Allen. Are we okay with that? Like,
you're the one that would be outraged the most. You are the defender of Patrick Mahomes.
I am the defender of Patrick Mahomes, and
I don't know if there's anything. See, I don't know if there's anything Allen can do in your mind to surpass Mahomes, like right now this year.
Well, I think year to year, week to week, some guys could be up or down, but like, who am I taking for the next 5 years? I would take Patrick Mahomes. I wouldn't even bat an eye. I would sprint to the death.
Why? Why when you compare the two, ability-wise?
I just think he's better. I think he's a better player. I think it's close. I mean, I think Josh Allen does a lot of things that Patrick Mahomes doesn't do. Not a lot of things.
Like, Josh is more athletic.
Josh can run you over.
He can run you over. Mahomes is sneaky decisive. I called him Luka in the lane the other night when he was playing. The other day when he was playing, like, he just knows how to escape. He knows how to work in traffic. It's crazy because he looks a little bit Harden-esque. Like, Mahomes looks a little pudgy in the mid area. He doesn't look shredded or cut up. He just knows how to escape. He's a magician in the pocket. He's not faster than Allen. He's not bigger than Allen. He's not more powerful than Allen. He probably, I don't know, the arm strength probably equal, maybe Allen like a tad more. But yeah, it's hard to argue with Pat Mahomes. I could take one or the other.
He's been
They're
to
both
the
great.
conference championship game every year he's played.
And Jim Nance allowed us to ask about the comparisons to Manning, Brady. He went there. And he's like, I think it's close. I think it's fair. All this Allen, Mahomes versus Peyton Manning, Tom Brady comparison talk.
Yeah.
Which you're like, we're too early on that. And Nance yesterday, who had the call of that game, said, yeah, we're getting there.
I think we're a little early, but we are getting there. I mean, they got to play every year. Manning and Brady played every year for, decade and a half. Sometimes twice a year, especially early on in the career, they were in the same division. And then twice a year when they made the playoffs and they played each other in the postseason, which were always epic games. But there you go. So Allen's 1, Mahomes is 2. Man, they got Rodgers 3. Is Aaron Rodgers the third best quarterback in the NFL right now?
That makes the list sound stupid.
It does. Guess who's 4? Tom Brady.
What?
Joe Burrow 5. I don't think Joe Burrow's having a top 5 NFL season. Justin Herbert next. Then Lamar at 7. And they basically could contradict their own selves because they got Jalen Hurts 8, Dak 9. Now, Dak hasn't played hardly at all.
Who put together this list?
CBS Sports.
Was it a specific writer?
Cody Benjamin.
Okay. He's banned. He's out.
He's banned, man.
He's next.
Like, Jalen Hurts, if you're going to put past performance in, he doesn't really have a history for past performance. Dude, they've got Russell Wilson 13.
Okay.
Russell Wilson belongs in the bottom.
Okay.
In the bottom.
That's enough.
Daniel Jones is 22. Daniel Jones has a better year than Russell Wilson.
What did you say about Daniel Jones yesterday? I did not believe what you sent me about what he's been doing the past 3 weeks.
He's been the NFL's best quarterback over the last 3 weeks.
No. Whose metric is that? They're canceled too. Forget thumbs up. Jim Nance, Cody Bellinger,
Benjamin,
CBS Sports, and whoever said Daniel Jones is the best quarterback in the NFL over the past 3 weeks.
Nobody said Daniel Jones. Nobody said Daniel Jones is the best over the last 3 weeks.
Okay. Where's it coming from? Where are you getting
Let's see. This is like, I think it's NFL Scrapper. What is that? It's a stats thing. So Daniel Jones has the highest EPA per play, passes, rushes, and penalties.
Okay.
Coupled with the highest completion percentage over expectation in the league over the last 3 weeks. This is...
I don't want to fight with you, but this I want you to admit this is anti-analytics.
Oh, no.
I want you to admit that makes the analytic community look stupid with those numbers. Here's why. Daniel Jones, in the last 3 weeks, has not thrown for over 217 yards. He's thrown 2 touchdowns in 3 weeks. He was 8 of 13 in one of the games. Game over.
Again, these are per play.
Game over.
These are per play stats. That's what EPA is. All it looks at, it doesn't look at the volume, like of how many you've thrown for or what. It looks at per play. So per play, he has been, over the last 3 weeks, the best quarterback in the National Football League by a wide margin.
Okay,
really.
so agree with me on this. I want to hear you say this. Over the past 3 weeks, you believe that having Daniel Jones over Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes would have given your team the best chance to win. If the other team had Allen or Mahomes, you have a better chance to win these past 3 weeks with Daniel Jones. You believe that?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying on a per play basis over the last 3 weeks, he's been the most efficient football player, quarterback in the National Football League.
Okay.
I didn't say I'd rather have him.
What is that? But in the last 3 weeks, this is telling us that Daniel Jones is the guy to have in the league.
He's been the most efficient. It's not really debatable based on the numbers.
Okay, so if you're the most efficient, that means what? What does that mean?
It means
you're the most efficient means that you are the guy to have?
So, for example, they have another statistic. Let's see what it is. It's called...
This is going to tick me off on a really good Thursday.
Yeah, it's called adjusted completion percentage. Of passers with a minimum of 50 dropbacks, he leads the league in adjusted completion percentage, which means if his wide receivers caught every catchable ball, so every ball that they deem they should have, his completion percentage would be at 81% for the year.
Okay.
Stupid high. Stupid high. That's highest in the league, number 1 in the National Football League.
So
he's been fantastic over the last 3 weeks. Doesn't mean he's been the best. It means he's been the most efficient. So each
But he
play,
threw for 71 yards against the Bears.
right, but that's, see, again, like that, you're looking at like the totality, the volume, as opposed to what he has done on each play. That's all they're looking at is on each play.
And he threw for 173 against Baltimore. So can you co-sign then that over the last 3 weeks, if you had Daniel Jones quarterbacking your team, you'd have the best quarterback advantage in the league?
You would have had the best per play quarterback in the league.
Okay, and that means what? The
That
value
means-
of per play is what in the grand scheme? That's what I'm trying to get you to say.
I have no idea. I have no idea. It's the value of per play. You have 60 plays in the game.
But does that mean you're the best quarterback if you're per play? It means what?
It means you're the best. Yeah, it means
so
like,
that
yes.
means for the last 3 weeks per play, he's the man.
Yes.
He's the man.
Yes, per play.
Over these other quarterbacks in the league over the last 3 weeks.
Last 3 weeks,
yes,
per play,
yes,
he's been the best. But he has not had as many plays, so his volume is going to be lower.
Right.
But per play, and it's not really debatable, he's been the best.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean you take him.
Why? But why doesn't it mean you take him? That's what I'm trying to bridge together.
Well, because,
like, what is the importance of it? The value of it? What is it? What does it really mean?
Because the per play isn't necessarily, predictive of the future.
Right. That's why I'm trying to get you to commit to the past.
So over the last 3 weeks, yes,
you would take him over Mahomes.
He has been better than Mahomes over the last 3 weeks per play. Better than Allen. Better than anybody. Okay. That doesn't mean I would take him for next week.
Well, no, just the past 3 weeks. You think
he's
outplayed those guys
per play? He has.
Okay.
If you break it down, so like if one guy gets 10 plays and one guy gets 30,
right?
It's just like with running backs, right? Tony Pollard could get 7 carries and Zeke gets 18. Tony Pollard's rushing for 5.2,
right,
and Zeke's rushing for 3.9.
But you don't hold it against him when the volume is lower of the attempts.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I do. It's like the Lamar fight about training camp, that the Ravens aren't letting him run a Pat Mahomes offense. That's because they don't believe he's Pat Mahomes. I don't think the Ravens are stupid in saying, you know what? Let's just have no receiver in the history of mankind ever want to sign here. Let's go sign 35-year-old Deshaun Jackson. If Daniel Jones, and I'm not yelling at you here, if Daniel Jones was Mahomes or Allen, he would throw more than 13 times. That's my point. If my player on the Dallas Mavericks was Luka Doncic, my second player, I'd give him a ton of shot attempts. I'm limiting their shot attempts. Now, sometimes it can be limited by Luka being your main guy, But ability and skill and potential and talent evaluation, I think, limit people's opportunities in sports.
Sometimes it does, and you're right on that. And I'm not arguing that I'm not arguing that statement. I'm just saying, with the opportunity that he's had over the last 3 weeks,
right,
there hasn't been a better quarterback in the NFL. That doesn't mean that next week is gonna be predictable.
Now, how flawed do you think that stat is with the lower volume of Daniel Jones the last 3 weeks?
There's a minimum, I think. Like, if you throw one pass, right, there's a minimum. I don't know what that minimum is. I mean, every analytics site has their methods on what the benchmark is for minimum. They go in baseball, they've got a minimum plate appearances to win the batting title. Yeah. There's a number on there. I don't know what it is. I don't know what each one has, but
all right,
there it is.
Okay, we got through that. I think we educated that we watch more football than everybody.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is educate.
877-881-1053. I want to see what the truckmark.com text line is saying. I'm going to guess that they're hating and don't respect that Daniel Jones stat. I want to take Mavs calls, too. When's the last time we've done this? I want your thoughts on the season opener. Are you ticked off at Jason Kidd? What are your first impressions of Christian Wood? Hit us up at 877-881-1053 on the Diamond Factory hotline. That's also the same number for the text.
All right. They're rolling in.
Okay, real quick.
Usually with choppy, but he's way off. People set defenses to stop Mahomes. These stats are stupid.
What?
Set defenses to stop Mahomes.
Okay.
Let's see. Dak isn't that dude. Allen just passed for 424 on 20 completions, and you saw what he did last week. He also has that stat because the defense doesn't respect him. It means if you minimize his opportunity, you minimize his ability to make mistakes. RJ is usually the idiot, but I've never heard Sean sound so dumb, but I refuse to understand facts.
Wow.
No one is saying Jones is better than Mahomes. It means that when he's been asked to do something, he's been really good when he does it. He's not Mahomes or Allen, but he's been more efficient than both the past 3 weeks. Both could be true. Stupid stat, kill it. Chop us out like a politician. Won't give a straight answer. I don't have a straight answer. RJ is 3/4. Ooh, can't say that word. If you extrapolate per play out the number of plays that either of these quarterbacks are getting, would that make him a better pick? Fantastic radio.
Very good question. And that was the best text at the very end. Let's
agree.
take your Mavs calls on the opener. Do you agree with us? Last night was actually a Mavericks win because of Christian Wood's debut. 877-881-1053 to hit us up. Mavs opener. Tolo phone calls next.
But let's get you.
Sports.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have the best Tolos.
Yeah, we do.
We have the best Tolos. There's a reason that we want to be, and we are the most interactive show in the Metroplex in terms of social media and reading the text messages and reading the tweets and Twitch shout out and YouTube and fan cam. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, DFW Sports Station. So we were sitting there busting balls earlier in the show, not just about Jim Nance, but we were saying how we can't get like the big radio station in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see what market Detroit is, Joey. Look that up for me, radio TV. But no one at this station will get back to us to like try to preview the game or do a crosstalk. And someone is texting us that they actually hit up the station. They called the station themselves to be like, why won't you guys connect with 105.3 The Fan, the home of the Cowboys?
I mean, we can't even get a text back. I could get left on red.
Yeah.
Ghosted or whatever the kids want to call it.
Yeah.
Terrible.
You're right. And they responded to the Tolo,
They
apparently?
responded to the Tolo. Not interested.
Told the Tolo not interested.
Told the Tolo not interested.
Can't contact our boss back.
Nope.
Can't
Nothing.
sit there and respond.
Nothing.
And people,
Nothing.
and my wife will always say this, and a couple people ask me, oh, why do you guys go on the air and put people on blast? And why do you like reveal so? I don't care. I do not care about Jim Nance's relationship long term. There's a reason I tweet back to people. The listeners determine our fate in terms of you interacting, you listening. It's your time of day. I don't care about Jim Nance being pissed off or mad or upset or saying that the station we're trying to connect with for a better Lions preview is rude and getting back to us or acting all high and mighty. I don't care.
Yeah.
All that matters is like telling you the truth, behind the scenes stuff, interacting with you, and taking phone calls and doing what you want us to do on the radio. I do not care about burning future professional bridges or being on this guest list and that guest list. I do not care. Look at how I dress. It doesn't matter to me. I want to sit there and go out, drink with the Tolos on a Friday and Saturday night, and BS with y'all. Like when I sit there and go to the state fair, it's always a great reminder. Like I went to the Mavs exhibit, dude. It's like I was Mark Cuban up in there. That's what it's all about. I don't give a crap about these people, about these famous celebrities. It does not bug me. These other sports media websites that, write like the top 10 national shows with shows that we make fun of and mock. Oh, why are you guys going to make fun of Stephen A. Smith or Mike Francesa? We're doing guy talk. Do you not sit there and make fun of Stephen A. or Skip Bayless? Like, it's supposed to, at its core, be like, we're just talking about sports. You know what I mean? So we're just trying to preview a game, y'all. Y'all can like get back and respond. And we kind of take it behind the curtain on these things when it falls through. I think that's more entertaining and real.
I agree. Well, we love you guys. Can't believe they're not going on with you. What's their Twitter? Let's blow them up. I'm a Lions fan, but I listen to you guys. Their station's absolute garbage.
Yeah, that's stuff our bosses, unfortunately, have to deal with in the fallout. And yeah, it probably doesn't make their life easier, but that's why we're not connected with them so far. So we're getting on, I don't know, the play-by-play voice and the official analyst of the Lions the next 2 days. I'm like, let's just get the play-by-play voice. He'll join us at 9:20, and then Lomas Brown, the big fella.
Yeah, buddy.
He's not too good. So that's why we put people on blast. I think it's fun. I'm a confrontational individual anyway, so I like it. To me, it's entertaining.
I don't confront. I don't confront. I wish you would do more confrontation with your neighbors.
Well, I don't want to get shot. I wanted to. My wife, she's like, you don't understand. It's like, I think this is a trap house. It's 3 and 4 different young kids. Obviously, they're renting. Something's weird over there. She's like, you're not going to go over there at 3 in the morning. What do you think? They're just dead sober? So she's sitting there arguing with me over that, which is probably the smart decision, but that's not how I usually am.
I know. Now, we were able to, though, talk to somebody about this.
Oh, God.
About your
Look how
your
RJ
issue,
can't even set up
your incident.
Some podcast, some little
little
spittle did something.
Somebody was able to get a hold of somebody on the inside.
Here we go.
And we did get
the
podcast audio.
Welcome to my Cribcast Rave. What's going on, my peeps? We're Raven. Yeah, the only time Spittle would give me a time slot is from 3 to 5 a.m. And can you believe it? Some grandpa in the neighborhood is writing the HOA complaining. Listen, old man, wait until my dad finds out that you are the one complaining. He's a sheriff and you're going down. Hey, this Pez they gave me earlier is pretty tasty. There's Walchuck, you skinny SOB.
Baby Sharif, what up? This is awesome.
Coming up next, my crew hooks me up with some girl named Molly. Then glow sticks, followed by crib cast raving as loud as we can get all morning long.
Oh, little Oliver Sharif.
Little Oliver,
Cribcast.
my 2-year-old with the Cribcast. There it is, available on the Odyssey app. All right, Mavs calls. David in Arlington, your initial impression of the Mavs opener last night. They blow the 20-plus point lead to the Suns, but daggone did Christian Wood look good. Go ahead, Dave.
How you doing, guys?
Doing well. Go ahead.
I think that we have nothing to worry about. We just got to fix those minutes that Jason Kidd was doing. Like, JaVale McGee should have been in the game that second half, stopping that pick and roll. And other than that, we got too pass happy. Got to find the right shot in those situations, I think. Other than that, I think we'll be fine. It's just, first game, new squad.
David, what are you doing right now?
I am clocking into work.
Okay, it sounded like a preoccupied situation. Can you walk into the building on your cell phone and not get in trouble? That you're good to go like that?
Yeah, my uncle's the boss, so I'm not sure.
Wow, that's a family operation.
Yes, thank you, David in Arlington. Joe in Palmer. Joe, you're next up on Sean and RJ after the Mavs opener. Go ahead, boss.
What's up, guys? So, my thing with the Mavericks are they like to blow these leads quite often. They do it very rarely, or very often, I would say. But I like the acquisition of Woods. He's very long, and he stops that ball in the paint, and he's real good on the glass. I like him a lot.
Heck yeah. How can you not? The thing that jumped out the most to me, man, was just his size. I'm like, this is a giant out here, and he's athletic. He can do everything. Now, he went off glass for a couple of three-point attempts. One of them went in, but scoring 16 straight, that type of ability, that was exciting. That's the number one storyline of last night. Christian Wood, number 2, you're better than the Suns overall.
Oh, yeah.
And then we can get to Jason Kidd in the playing time, which a lot of Tolos are not happy with. And, of course, missed free throws. That was Christian Wood's biggest problem.
The missed free throws are the long-term concern if they don't fix it. Obviously, last year they were much better. They were high 70s, mid-pack. But if you're in the low 60s, I mean, you won't be able to salt away games. That would be a long-term concern. Christian Wood doesn't appear to be a long-term concern at all. He appears to be legit.
Now, look, just so you know, he is a 66% career free throw shooter. Last year, he shot 62. Well, he's been 62, 63, so that's not very good. And his three-point percentage, he's a 38% three-point shooter. Last night, you had more faith in him shooting threes than at the free throw line. Logan in Rockwall. Logan, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother. Oh, he just hung up. Jay in Grand Prairie. Jay, you're next up on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys. Good to be on. As far as the Mavs, getting 20 points up, especially on a team like this, you've got to be able to close those games. So that's going to be my issue going forward. Wood is what he is. I mean, we brought him in here for that. I love his size as well. I think it's the first game of 82. So give him a chance, give Kidd a chance to figure out the minutes, the rotations, and then we'll see what it looks like, when we get towards the All-Star break. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, the biggest mystery from last night is not to me what happened with the blown lead. It's going to happen, right? Phoenix, great clutch time minutes. They're a talented team. You're going to have spurts. The NBA is a game of runs. It was, why was Christian Wood on the bench in the fourth? Now, Christian gave the nice generic answer, the nice fake team answer afterwards. But, man, he was he played the 7th or 8th highest minutes on the team, and he was clearly the second best player out there. What's that all about? 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Diamond Factory hotline. Let's get to Russell. Russell in Dallas. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well, Russ.
All right. The first thing I got to say about the game last night, man, the offense is really exciting, man. I like how they was playing. One thing I didn't like, though, is Christian Wood's free throw. I feel like that's really what got us in the end, towards the end of the game, is how many free throws he missed. Even though he's never been a good free throw shooter throughout his career, I feel like if he works on that, it will be our offense and just being able to finish out games will be so much better.
Now, look.
And Jason Kidd's.
Go ahead. My bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
And Jason Kidd's minutes, I feel like he should let him stay out there, especially in them crunch time minutes, because he put in 16 consecutive points. Yeah. He was on fire. I feel like by sitting him down and having him sit down for so long, it messed up his ability to keep on going. And that would have been good in that last couple minutes that they came back on us and won the game.
Thank you for the call, Russ. Now, look, Tolos are bringing this up, and it's a good point. Fair point. If he's shooting 30% from the line, you usually don't want that out there at the end of the game.
Well, no, you don't want that out there at the end of the game.
Good point.
That's fair, but
Hackawood.
Had that Hackawood. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Did the 2000? I'm not comparing. But did the Lakers take Shaq out of the game in 2000, 2001? Or do you
sometimes? I think I'd have to go back and remember. I feel like sometimes he'd just stand over there, the scores table, offensive, defensive, offensive, defensive. I'd have to go back and think about it.
What you could do that offensive, defensive thing on the scorers table. You got to have stoppages and plays, of course. But, I mean, I also want his ability out there.
Patrick in Kentucky. Will Chambers, neck of the woods. Patrick, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, man, what's going on, guys?
Are you a Mavs fan in Kentucky?
Yeah, dude, I'm a Mavs, Rangers, Cowboys. I grew up in North Richmond Hills, so.
Well, excellent. Thanks for listening.
Hey, no problem. I listen to you guys every day. I'm a freaking mailman.
All right. I appreciate
you
it.
You guys are my entertainment all day long.
Thank you, brother. What's your Mavs take?
Here's what bugs me a little bit. For years, even this goes back before Kidd, they've had issues closing out games. And they do need to shore that up. I know it's just game one. Hey, but what about Luka hitting all his free throws? That's unusual.
Yes.
If that trend continues, I think, you guys were talking about it yesterday, him averaging 30 points a game if he can just shoot, 80% from from free throws. So that's good news. Hollywood is what I call the dude. He looks excellent. He does got to shore up his free throws, but I think they're going to be fine. Tim Hardaway, they got to pull him off. He just shoot every time he gets.
He got the green light.
Yeah, he does.
Tim got that green light.
He's a gunner,
no doubt.
So game one, I'm not too concerned. I think they're going to be fine. I think Hollywood will be getting in some more minutes soon enough, and we might win 55 games.
Absolutely. Thank you for the call, and thanks for listening on the Odyssey app in Kentucky. It's just crazy. We already knew it, and we saw it last year in the playoffs, but last night was another reminder. Devin Booker is a star in the NBA. He is like an unstoppable scorer, right? He's got the Kardashian profile. He was compared to Kobe ability by Stephen A. And the difference between Devin Booker and Luka Doncic, it's like not even close.
Oh, no. I mean,
It's insane. And Devin Booker's a star.
This is the difference between a star and an all-time great.
Yeah.
And that's what you're seeing right there. It's very simple. It's like,
it's crazy.
I mean, it's big. Okay, so I'm trying to think, with the example of Dwayne Wade and LeBron. Like LeBron, all-time great. Dwayne Wade, superstar. I think this is even bigger though. Because I think Wade was better than Booker. LeBron's better than Luka at this point, but I think this gap is larger. Wade was better.
Sean and RJ after the Mavs fall to 0-1. We'll get back to them at 9. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 right here on DFW Sports Station. But how about an NFL reporter that was exposed for lying? The story out of New England and how a Happy Meal can get you 6 figures in your bank account next. But hey, speaking of food, how about the Eagles Nest? They have all the sports packages right there in
Consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, is going to join us at 8:40. We'll preview the Lions game with him. Let me give props to this Tolo, who has been hitting up this Detroit radio station nonstop, just harassing them, saying he's from Detroit. Jeff Rogers. Shout out to Jeff for being a diehard Tolo, who's going at this Detroit station during Lions week. We will have the Lions play-by-play voice at 9:20, but Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys analyst, at 8:40. So let's update this Mac Jones story. Yesterday, we told you about a Boston reporter named Ben Volen. He went on Boston TV station and said that Mac Jones needed to be humbled. He basically said Mac got a big head.
Big head.
You kind of called out this report initially that this Bailey Zappi thing is good. Albert Breer chimed in and says there's been a disconnect. Mac wants to know why to everything. Belichick's not really a why guy.
No, he's not.
He's not really a why guy, and that they disagreed on how to approach Mac's ankle. Patriots wanted him to have surgery. He didn't want to have surgery, so little disconnected disagreement there in Foxborough.
Yeah, it just made no sense to me. It's like, wait a second. So the guy was, a national champ at Alabama, was a Heisman finalist, was a first-round draft pick. None of that made him get a big head, but going to the Pro Bowl did? Like, he would have had a big head before, I would think. I don't know. That's just my first take. I was like, wait a second. It's not like he was a nobody. It'd be like Tim Tebow saying, man, that 8-game win streak or whatever he had in the NFL gave a big head. Well, it wasn't the Heisman. It wasn't the national championship. It wasn't Tebowing. It wasn't it wasn't being the best college player in sports history. Wasn't that?
So Ben Volen, Patriots reporter, Boston Globe, apparently got a DM.
Yes, he did.
And this is from just a random fan who wanted to prank him. Here's what it said. Buddy works over at Gillette selling season ticket packages. He heard they went with Brian Hoyer, over Zappi against the Packers to appease Mac, whose camp made it very clear he didn't want Zappi to jump in. Thought I'd pass it along so the haters would get off your back. So this is just a random person DMing Ben Volen saying, I have a person over at Gillette Stadium who said they started Brian Hoyer initially over Zappi because Mac Jones didn't want the young kid to play. Ben Volen responds, interesting. Appreciate the tip. So Volen is then asked to go on WEEI, legendary station in Boston, and they tried to grill him over his inside info.
Someone reached out in my DMs and said, yeah, Max, his attitude problem is obvious in the building and everyone knows it. So like,
somebody not just a random.
Take that for what it's worth. But
somebody reached out and said that Mac has an attitude problem and everybody in the building knows it. Sounds like this sounds like nonsense to me, honestly.
Ben, just quickly, because this story is going to go big the second we post it. So you got a direct message from someone within the Patriots organization or someone who covers the Patriots?
Not from someone who covers the Patriots, but I'm not going any further than that. I wouldn't take it as a report, just as someone else chiming in with an opinion.
The streets are talking.
Streets are talking. That's what I like to say, Ben. The streets are talking.
Do with it what you want. Call it a report or do what you want. I'm just telling you, it's not like anything I'm going to go like splashing all over the pages of the Boston Globe today. I'm just further illuminating stuff that I've heard.
So this is just incredible to me. I'm sorry, Ben. One more time with this. So Joe Judge says he prefers Bailey Zappi, and someone that would know agreed and endorsed your belief that Mac Jones was in serious need of an attitude adjustment.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
So that's what happened. It was apparently a fan of Barstool Sports who then admitted to the website, I DM'd him, and that's the report he's basing this off of.
And basically, it's not really a hoax, but it's not really real. And Ben, you said you're not going to blast this all over the Boston Globe. I'm sorry, you blasted it all over, what was it called? NBC Sports Boston. Which in 2022 probably quadruples the reach of the Boston Globe.
And On the radio.
And on the radio. WEI. Which also probably quadruples the reach of the Boston Globe.
This makes him look like a joke. Credibility shot. Gone. Credibility gone. Just like that. Ben Volen is kind of the butt of all the jokes right now amongst the mass holes.
Yeah, and I love how and Barstool writes about this. They appeased Mac, whose camp made it clear. Second-year quarterbacks don't have camps. There is no Mac Jones camp.
Oh, there's an agent.
Yeah. I love when they say his camp.
Right.
Like he's Kanye. Like he's LeBron. Like he's Drake. Like he's got a camp. He doesn't have a camp.
So the thought is right now, at least amongst the Patriot fans, that this guy used a random fake tip from a fan to go big with this story and create a quarterback controversy. Now, the former Patriots quarterback Tom Brady is always in the news, and the Kelsey brothers do a podcast, right? This is Travis off the Chiefs, who said in this podcast he was totally fine with Odell Beckham. He was like flirting with Odell to Kansas City because Travis restructured his deal. And he's like, something may be in the air. I would want this to be for Odell. His brother, Jason, we know, plays for Filthy. He's an offensive lineman, fantastic offensive lineman. And Jason Kelsey was asked by his brother, Travis, how he would respond if Tom Brady was over there on the sideline screaming at him up and down.
Tom Brady yelling at his O-line. We've seen that before. I guess sometimes you just got to fire the guys up, man.
Did you see the clip?
No, I didn't.
He was yelling at them boys.
We could tone it down a little bit.
Listen, he's Tom Brady. I can't say nothing. Tom yells at me, I'm probably not going to say nothing neither. But playing O-line's hard. If there's one thing I do not like, it is quarterbacks getting into offensive linemen. Like, bro, I am doing the best I can, brother. The up out of my face. I will put you in that trash can over there if you don't shut the up. The last thing I want is a that can't get hit, or it's called roughing the passer, to come up to me and tell me how to wrestle somebody every play. Get the out of here. Ooh. Listen, it's Tom Brady. I get it. I'm not saying to Tom Brady either. Got a bunch of Super Bowls. He's earned the right to yell at his O-line.
Entertaining clip.
It is an entertaining clip. And look, that's kind of, I think, where a lot of people are going to go. It's Tom Brady. Tom Brady he has different rules than any quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
He's got different rules than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is a better player right now than Tom Brady. He's got different rules, man. He's Tom Brady. And if he wants to go skip, and then he wants to go yell at players, then he's going to skip and he's going to go yell at players. Doesn't mean it wasn't a good look. It was a bad look. When you skip a walkthrough and then you're yelling at guys at the sidelines.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your old coach, who's currently the coach of the owner's team, didn't even go to the wedding. Like, Bill didn't go. Bill didn't go at all. Bill was invited. He didn't go. Why didn't he go? Because he's getting ready for the game.
I've always defended Brady's emotion. I know it's turned into a double standard thing. Some people try to turn it into a race thing. I've always kind of defended. Not this time. Not this time. You skip the walkthrough. You're playing the way you are, and then you're going to scream at these guys up and down. Yeah. Man, relax.
Yep.
Chill out.
Yeah, that was a bad look for Tom. It just was.
James Corden has had the ban lifted. This New York City restaurant that called him out for being an a-hole and a diva customer. James called and apologized profusely. And the restaurant owner said, having blanked up myself more than most, I strongly believe in second chances. So James Corden, the restaurant ban has been lifted. Man, this guy doing a lot of talking. A very famous restaurant. But James Corden is allowed back. And we got a salad dressing controversy. Jason Sudeikis with Olivia Wilde. I guess Olivia Wilde ended up dating Harry Styles. And the nanny, the former nanny for them, kind of released some information saying during one of their huge fights when Jason Sudeikis thought that she was going to visit Harry, Sudeikis laid down in front of the car. And what really set him off, Olivia Wilde was taking her famous salad dressing to Harry's house that she had made in their kitchen.
Oh, no.
She had made the famous salad dressing that Jason loves, and that's when he knew that it was over. And the internet's buzzing about this yesterday. Olivia Wilde. Now, Olivia Wilde and Sudeikis have both called the nanny a liar in different ways. Olivia Wilde released the recipe. She just posted the salad dressing recipe.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's her recipe.
Awesome. No, she got it from a book, but she fed the internet what they were waiting for. It was like a vinaigrette Grey Poupon type. Dijon mustard,
mustard vinaigrette?
Red vinegar, oil, garlic mixture, but she put it out there as Jason Sudeikis apparently was so upset that Harry Styles was going to get to eat this salad dressing.
So he
laid in front of the car.
So Olivia Wilde is now with Harry Styles?
I don't know who's currently with who. I don't know who she's currently with. But that was the breakup. Sudeikis is in the soccer show, right?
He's Ted Lasso.
He's Ted Lasso. Overrated.
I never saw it. I haven't seen it yet.
Have you seen Ted Lasso?
I've seen a few episodes on a plane because I don't have Apple TV, but I really liked the first couple.
Wait. Joey doesn't have the money for his TV package at home, but I just go and watch it on the plane.
I go and watch it at the airplane.
I just take it private. That's how I watch it too.
Okay.
All I'm saying about this show, because I know I'm going to catch heat. All I'm saying is people discuss this show as an all-time great, no doubt 10 out of 10. And I thought it was good. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was like a classic when I was watching it. Am I crazy?
No, I thought it was very interesting. Obviously, like it's a. I mean, you don't see a lot of TV shows like that, especially around the game of soccer. And it's you got the country guy that goes over across the pond.
Yeah.
But I mean,
did you think it was like amazing?
Or something like that?
Oh yeah. He's trying to get the producer job. Take that, Peyton. He just said not like Seinfeld.
Yep.
Ryan.
Peyton's at a 5-star hotel in Ireland right now.
You watched Ted Lasso? Never.
Nope.
Ryan, not in on it. So I know Ted Lasso. People talked about like it was all-time great comedy. It's good. It's good. It's not. I don't think it's all-time great. All right, let's get to a Cowboys-Lions preview. And what does he think about his former team and all the drama in D.C.? Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, next. But let's get you your new ride at DFW's #1 choice to buy or lease. Y'all know they've been with us.
finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Let's bring in Dallas Cowboys color analyst. You hear him every single game day. Babe Laufenberg joining us on Sean and RJ via the Diamond Factory hotline. You also hear him every Thursday at this time as we get ready for the Lions. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. And you asked me how I am. A little under the weather, so I apologize for the voice. You know, these 4 or 5 a.m. arrivals after night games on the East Coast,
yeah,
they can get to an old man.
Have you ever missed a Cowboys broadcast, or what was the closest you came, or like the worst your voice sounded during one?
I actually have lost a voice, literally lost my voice during a game trying to project, and you could just feel it. You know, you just know it's going, right? Especially you got to keep talking. And I was doing my darndest to do it. But no, I've never not for illness. Now, when Luke passed at that time, my son, I missed a couple of games there in the preseason. I came back actually that year for the first regular season game, and probably shouldn't have. But anyway, never woke up and said, "Hey, I can't make it." You know.
So now, do all your friends and family know? Like, is it awkward when you tell them, like, I can't speak to you over the next 72 hours. Do not call me. Babe Laufenberg is off limits to rest the golden pipes.
No, that's funny. I will say to people, hey, if I can't talk a lot, don't want to lose my voice. And I have learned that through an ENT guy, ear, nose, and throat, if I were to do an event, which I try desperately never to do an event like night before the game, and you're on the microphone and you're trying to talk over clinking glasses and people talking, I realized I will lose my voice. And so you do have to kind of be careful of that. Now, I'm not putting myself into the category of a rock star or anything, but I've met some people before shows, Pete Townsend, Bruce Springsteen, Roger Daltrey, these guys, and they just nod their heads. You know, they can't sit there and carry on a big old... Roger Daltrey was pretty good. But, yeah, they do not like to carry on conversations, basically with people they don't know as well. So, yeah, I do try to watch it.
Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan. Give us your perspective on Dak's return. So much talk about limitations, playing to the defense. Let's keep the Cooper Rush game plan. What's your overall take on Dak's return, Babe?
Well, let's go with the assumption that he's going to be, I'm going to say 100% in his ability to grip the ball, throw the ball, right? We know he probably won't be 100%, but I don't think really a whole lot is going to change in terms of, you know, what we saw schematically. They didn't change a bunch for Cooper Rush, and I don't think it'll change for Dak. I think the one thing that you have to be cognizant of, I think he'll be going shotgun a little bit more than normal, because that thumb is going to take a pounding if you're under center and the ball keeps, you know, every time it hits it, he's going to give it a owie. And my biggest fear is that the Cowboy fan says, well, okay, Dak's back. Here comes 10 wins in a row. And that would be the fear. And I don't think the players are of that philosophy. You know, you just hope they're not. You know, everybody's excited about being Dak, right? Teammates, receivers, everybody's excited about getting your quarterback back. But you can't take the notion that, okay, well, here's Dak. Okay, we can take a deep breath. Everything's good. We saw what happened in the first game, right? They had Dak, and that was ugly. Mm-hmm. So the notion that, well, we got Detroit and Dak's back, and I guess they're going to make us play the game, but I don't even know what the line is. What's the line, Degenerate?
7.
Okay. Yeah, we're favored, and we'll just kind of show up, and by 3 o'clock, we'll have another win in our pocket. If they take that attitude, they'll be in for a long day. Yeah, I mean, because, like, you know, we can look back and say everything's going to be fine, but they did just score 3 points in 3 quarters. But, I mean, a lot of that had to do, I think, with no preseason and a lack of, only having one receiver. He's got Gallup back. He didn't have Gallup in week 1. Oh, yeah, you can make some arguments for it being better. Tyler Smith is 6 games down the road now. That was his first NFL game, and as we all know, he didn't really work a whole bunch at left tackle, so he's getting better. Problem is, the other teams typically are getting better too. Now, Detroit had a clunker against New England. I actually went back and watched, and just all those little things that you see. At first, you say, hey, 29-0, they weren't even in that game, and they weren't by the score. You look, They would go for it on 4th and 1 from their own 35 or something. They don't get that. They throw an interception at the goal line. It's a first down interception, so that should never happen. Does, though. Then they're going to go kick a field goal on their 3rd possession. Goff gets sacked, knocks them out of field goal range. So a whole bunch of things happened in that game. The other games, they were relatively competitive, and as we know, they've been scoring a lot of points.
Mm-hmm. Babe, what was your take in week 1 on Dak's decision-making? Was he processing things slower than you had seen in the past?
I just thought Tampa Bay did a really great job on their coverages. Now, you could say, well, everybody could do a good job on coverages, but I thought Tampa Bay was just exceptional in not only their scheme, but also being able to have the personnel to run it. I mean, they locked on to guys. Dak wasn't as sharp as he needed to be, but there was not a lot of margin for error in that game in terms of where to put the football. And I always say, hey, easy to play from 200 feet in the air, and it's easy for me to play on Monday, right? Get the all 22. I can slow it down. I can say, okay, there's the guy. But when you're on that field, I thought Tampa did a great job of kind of showing one thing and then just locking down the receivers. But that was a fear I had going in. These receivers were not going to be able to separate against some of these teams. And that's exactly what happened in that game.
The great Babe Laufenberg every Thursday at this time here on Sean and RJ. I want to ask you about the rise and the fall of the number 1 quarterback in Jared Goff, who you referenced, Sonny.
Re-rise. Rise, fall, re-rise.
Is it a re-rise? So your thoughts on Goff coming out, the rise with the Rams, the new school offense, and then all of a sudden Sean McVay kicks him to the curb with the overall number 1 pick.
Yeah, it's been an interesting career for him to this point, and obviously his final chapter has not been written, but he did. They went to the Super Bowl, obviously, with him. He is the number 1 pick. He was the number 1 pick in the draft for a reason. I mean, he can really throw it. I remember I was at, in person, the game where it was a Thursday night game, and the Rams played Minnesota. And Goff threw 5 touchdown passes in that game. And they weren't these Patrick Mahomes in the hand shovel it to the guy, right, that's tackle going in from a yard out. He made 5 throws that if you just made 2 of these throws in a game as an NFL quarterback, you would have said, wow, those were 2 spectacular throws I just made. He made about 10 of them where you just said, wow. And, I mean, so impressive throwing the ball. Obviously, his career has taken a little hit. I see it a little bit, too, like Jimmy Garoppolo. The Rams went to a Super Bowl with Goff, and they clearly soured on him. Sean McVay soured on him. In the same way that Garoppolo keeps winning in San Francisco, as we all know, and they can't get rid of him fast enough. So I see a little bit with that Goff, but no, I mean, I see a really talented guy, like all of them. He's going to make a mistake here and there, right? You're not going to make the great decision. But I would be very wary of him. Where they have been hurt, and again, they're scoring a ton of points and all that stuff. Their receivers, they took Jamison Williams, tore his ACL in the national championship, but they took him at 12. Alabama's wide receiver, he hasn't come back yet. DJ Chark, who they signed as a free agent, big money free agent from Jacksonville, he's been hurt, missed the Seattle game, missed the New England game. So this offense could really get going once they get some of these guys back. Their offensive line is very good now. I will say that. They can run the ball. They're averaging over 5 yards a run. So I think a lot of us look at Dallas's defense and say, how would we attack it? Well, I'd attack it running the ball, and I could see Detroit doing just that.
Babe, you and I have Washington, D.C. ties. Your overall thoughts on this whole Dan Snyder mess?
Yeah, were you a fan of the Bambino up there, RJ? Let me put your feet to the fire. Were you even old enough? 1983, 1984, 1985?
No, I mean, I was born in 79.
Were you asking Choppy or me?
I'm sorry, Sean. Did I say RJ? I'm sorry.
When you said the Bambino to me, I'm like, wait a second,
Babe Ruth? No, I started off with Mark Rippon, Babe. My apologies.
You did? Okay. Well, I was with Rip for a little bit. But anyway, yeah, so you were up there.
Yeah.
When I was drafted there 1983 and was there for about 3.5 years. And
yeah, I was born 81.
81. Okay, well, I was old enough to have a Bambino diaper on you or something. But I'm going to talk to your parents.
Yeah, my dad had me watching cricket, not football. But anyway.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. But you could not – there was no way you could screw this up, right?
No.
You could put a 13-year-old in charge of the team, and they couldn't have screwed it up the way it was. I mean, this place was – they were crazy about their Washington football and had been for a long time. This isn't a situation where they jumped up one year, won a Super Bowl, and everybody jumps on a bandwagon. These were lifelong fans. You could not get a season ticket. The waiting list was like 50,000 people. They finally kind of dropped it because they realized, you'd have to be in the year 30, 35 before 2 tickets came available. I mean, literally 2 to 4 season tickets a year would become available. And they were contested. Season tickets were contested in wills. They were contested in divorces. I mean, it was like, you can have the house, you can have the car, you can even have the kids if you want them, but you're not getting my season tickets.
Yeah.
That's how the fan base was and how strong it was. And to see it now, to go up there, it's basically a half-full stadium, and they're tarping seats. But it's a mess they brought on themselves. It's an organizational mess. When you look at it, you can't point to any one thing, and I mean anything, and say, well, they got that right. I mean, they can't build a new stadium. At one point, both Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia were in the fight to help build them a new stadium. Now they've all said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. They can't get a stadium built.
Right. It's crazy. It's insane. I mean, RFK was like our Madison Square Garden. It really
huge.
was. And the place was rocking. And that man has sucked everything out of it.
I remember at RFK, so obviously I played there early. Now I'm with the Cowboys. We're leaving RFK, Dallas Cowboys. Now we're on the bus. DJ, Daryl Johnston, the Moose, is sitting next to me, and he said, man, that place is loud. That just gets crazy. And I said, yeah, and it holds 55,000 people.
Yeah.
And DJ said, oh, no, it's 80. It's 80. And I said, no, DJ, it holds 55,000. So we get into this, I don't want to say fight, but DJ was adamant that it held 80,000 people. There's no way I said, okay. DJ was bigger than me. So I said, okay, I think you're right, 80,000. But that place was rocking.
Hey, man, this was fantastic. Thank you so much as always. And we look forward to hearing you on Sunday. Rest that voice up, babe.
Yeah, I'm going straight to the urgent doc. No kidding.
Really?
Really? That's crazy.
Hey, I can't take a chance.
Can't take a chance, man. The money maker.
Brad can't do this by himself.
Shoot.
Oh, yeah, you don't know Brad.
Yeah, Babe Laufenberg, the great one. Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory hotline.
Teledoc game changer. Don't have to leave the house.
Luka and Christian Wood explain how the Mavs blew last night. Final hour, Thursday edition, after this.
Text away from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lee back to Booker. They better hurry for a shot. Give it to Lee. Lee on the drive. Lee's shot is good. Baseline. Had to put it up over Kleba.
That was the final call. The BS shot. But look, Damian Lee was the killer in the fourth quarter, hitting threes, and then the game winner is the Mavs blow a 20-point lead to start off the regular season in Phoenix. Fist pump time on the fan cam. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and we pulled in Mikey Bassick real quick, who did a Mavs Twitch last night with Derek Holland. How was that?
Yeah, it was fun. Derek was the leader looking at all the chats that were happening, but it was fun. He gave away like 4 jerseys to the people that would answer like a trivia question that I had to come up with in between quarters. So yeah, it was fun. And
you just did it from your house?
Yeah, I just sat there at my house. It was kind of, Zoom.
And he was in his full Luka jersey.
Yeah.
And is he knowledgeable, diehard? I know he's got
he's
season tickets.
he's a big fan of the Mavs.
He's a real true sports fan.
Yeah, he loves the Star. He was even at one point. He's like, "Hey man, the Stars are off to a great start too." And I was like, "Don't ask me to Twitch the Stars. I will give you zero information except I kind of know what icing is. At times it gets waved off, and that makes it confusing. And I know what offsides is.
So you look very smart this morning over your Christian Wood love. He scores 16 straight. He showing off the range from outside, awful free throws, obviously. A lot bigger than I realized. Like, this is a big dude who's really athletic. He's a problem coming off the bench. And more importantly, last night, the storyline for us is staying on the bench. Were you screaming and yelling? Are you mad at Jason Kidd, Mike, that Christian Wood? Choppy, what are the numbers in terms of the time?
6:41.
6:41 in the fourth, up 11.
And he returned at 2:19, down 1.
I am,
and I don't remember him being at the table for 2.5 minutes.
No, he was not.
That'll happen every now and then.
He got up off the bench with like 2:40 left, and then got into the game, the next dead ball, which was 20 seconds. I'm not mad at him because I can understand where Jason Kidd was coming from. I don't look. It didn't play out as the right decision. He decided I'm going to go with the 5 guys that played last year for me. Okay. Right? He went with. So you think
it was more chemistry related than free throws?
Yes. And I think that he's like, these guys know my defensive rotations. They know what I want. They know where to be on the court. They're not going to be in a spot where Luke is going to be like, no, get over here, hurry up. They knew where they were supposed to be. Unfortunately, at the end of the game, you just lost all the momentum. And then talent-wise, right? I mean, Kleba, I love Kleba. Kleba's a great guy 20 minutes off the bench, and that's his role, right? I mean, the Mavericks did a good job with their big guys, getting guys in the right roles. Dwight Powell, you're not going to play anymore. Maxi Kleba, you're coming off the bench for 20 minutes. And I think as this season progresses, you're going to see Christian Wood in the last 5 minutes of the game. That being said, is a little bit weird for me. Now, the Mavs didn't have a timeout, so I understand this. When he took Christian Wood out with about 35 seconds to go because you're on defense instead of on offense. I totally get that. And maybe
because you're believing in he's a defensive liability.
Right now, I think, and there were times last night where you can see the liability. I thought the Mavs, honestly, for most of the game played great team defense and great on-the-ball defense until, honestly, when it became clutch time. And in a weird way, taking Chris Paul out was the key to victory.
Campaign did more last night than he did the whole freaking series last year.
Yeah, and so I thought, well, if we're just going to go defense here with 35 seconds and DeAndre Ayton's a major issue for you, why not JaVale McGee, who's 7'2" and long? Now, maybe they didn't want to get in switches because they're going to switch all pick and rolls, and they didn't want McGee on a switch on Devin Booker. So there's a lot more that goes into it that I don't know, but I thought if we're going to go defense here, is JaVale McGee a better defensive player or is Kleba a better defensive player? I can only go off of last night. Jason Kidd is saying, I think Kleba's a better defensive player, but he's a horrible rebounder. Late in the game when Bridges stole the rebound from him and got an and one, he's considered one of the worst, if not the worst, contested rebounders in the NBA. Now, he did get a good tip out at one point, fighting for a rebound for an offensive possession and a three-pointer, but when Kleba's in, he's pretty good on the ball defense, pathetic rebounder. So then you run into rebound situations when you're playing pretty much 5 guards or /5 forwards in the game.
Is Christian Wood going to continue coming off the bench?
I think so. From what I understand, they really want him to earn everything he gets because I think there's a little bit of
scared?
I'll give it to Choppy in that there is a little bit of a concern of I want to keep him motivated, if that makes sense. And so bringing him off the bench, not just automatically giving him the last 5 minutes of the game. We'll find out Saturday night. They have another tremendous opponent in Memphis.
The opening of the schedule.
Yeah, the first 4 games I warned yesterday, the Tolos about that. The first 4, you might end up being 1-3 to start this year.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean it's a bad team. It just means the schedule looked ugly. Now, Brooklyn doesn't look as tough as possibly.
Or New Orleans looks that good.
Yeah. But I guess Christian Wood, I think, will come off the bench because JaVale McGee was used on the championship Lakers team the way that Jason Kidd used him last night. So Jason Kidd was on that Lakers team as a assistant coach. You use JaVale McGee for the first 5 minutes. You bring him in for 2 to 4 minutes in the second quarter. You play him 5 minutes to start the third quarter, and then he doesn't play the rest of the game. That's how they used him in LA, and it looks like that's the way Jason Kidd is going to use JaVale McGee. But I do think as the season progresses, either Wood goes into the starting rotation or it doesn't matter. He's going to play 35 minutes and be playing the last 5 minutes.
And that's the key, right? It doesn't really matter when his minute or whether he starts or not. It matters when his minutes are. Yeah.
As long
as they don't take it, he doesn't take it as disrespectful.
And then signs with another team.
Like Russell Westbrook won't go off the bench. It matters to him.
Yeah.
It matters to him. They can't get him to accept that role.
Yeah.
All right, we'll let you get back to your show.
All right, last thing.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about it here on KNC Masterpiece. And look, you can't change anything now. It's going to take till February. I think not having Jalen Brunson on this team did show up tremendously in a way that wasn't good for the Mavs in the fourth quarter.
Little tease. You looked at his stat line, 9 assists, 0 turnovers.
I watched the game. He was, in the fourth quarter, very good, and he would have had more stats. He picked up 2 quick fouls in the first quarter, so didn't get to play most of the first quarter.
Took a humongous charge to force OT. They lose the jaw and the Grizz. A lot of New York fans, the Knicks fans were complaining he missed every big shot that was available for him to hit. So there it is. Jalen Brunson is our basketball version of Amari Cooper. Christian Wood, we're going to be checking in. We got to. Christian Wood, after the game, why weren't you in for crunch time, man?
I'm just happy to be a part of this team, Late games, like I said, I feel like I had to hit my free throws. That's kind of inexcusable to miss 7 free throws late down the stretch. So it's just a trust thing. I have to build the trust with this team. I'm on a new team, and once I do that, I think we'll be good.
Hey, man, the skill set, the size, it's all there. It is all there. We knew no matter how it worked out with Christian Wood, compensation-wise, they fleeced the Rockets. We all said, holy crap,
yeah.
What an absolute steal.
Boban and I can't remember who the hell else.
I don't even know. Was Boban included in that?
Yeah.
I have no idea. But, man, what a fleecing. And Christian Wood, 1 for 1. So, to us, my recap of it this morning, I'm not worried about this, just like I wasn't worried that much about I'm not upset that the Cowboys lost to the Eagles, and I'm not upset that the Mavs lost last night. You're better than Phoenix. They controlled the game. They did it on the road, and we saw what happened in the playoffs. Christian Wood looks legit. That was my biggest fear, and that's what I would take from it. Lucas said we just let up. We got too comfortable, and we got to stop. Other NBA action, the line for Jalen Brunson, 15 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds. You have Jalen Remorse seeing that stat line, 15, 9, and 6.
You could find 15, 9, and 6 anywhere. You can find it for less than $100 million.
I'll go along with that. I like that one much better. I like that rephrasing. Yeah, I wasn't sitting there. Now, there's a couple big shots. If he hit them, I was like, oh, clutch Brunson. Like, if you had Brunson, Luka, and Wood on this team, where would you move them up in the West? That's kind of a what-if situation. The Utah Jazz, depleted, blown up, beat Denver, a team that I thought was going to be better than the Mavericks this year. Paulo Banchero.
Yeah.
You see that dunk? This guy's a house.
He's a monster, dude, and there's a reason he was picked where he was. He's fantastic.
27, 9-5, 11 of 18 from the field in his debut. First 5-5 debut since LeBron James. But he had maybe the dunk of the night against Detroit.
Good player, dude. And I can't wait to see how the league adjusts to him. They'll adjust. If you can. Some guys are just physical specimens.
Not supposed to be able to adjust the number one picks. They're supposed to get theirs.
No, but he wasn't supposed to be the number one pick, was he?
Well, top 3.
Right.
Yeah. The big 3 in New Orleans, this team might be dangerous. The Pelicans crushed the Nets. Ben Simmons did nothing in his debut. 4.6 fouls. Fouled out. Minus 26 when he was on the floor. They beat the Nets by 22 in Brooklyn. Zion, 25, 9, and 4. Brandon Ingram, 28. CJ McCollum, 21. So look out for them in the West. So there you go. That's my little recap of the NBA action last night. The Mavs schedule coming up. Grizzlies at the AAC Saturday night. Then at New Orleans, at Brooklyn. That is a tough first 4. Really tough. All right.
Maybe Brooklyn isn't tough. Hopefully.
I think they're going to be tough. Durant, Kyrie, and Ben
they
Simmons.
could be load management night with those two. You never know.
Never know. In today's NBA. And then New Look, Minnesota won as well over OKC. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Let's have on the play-by-play voice. The Brad Sham of Detroit. The voice of the Lions.
Ooh.
Joins us on Sean and RJ to preview Cowboys Sunday next. But let me get you on. Team. It's DFW Sports Station 105 through the Fan. We'll crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 this morning, but the guest list this week continues. He is the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Lions, Dan Miller, here to preview Sunday on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on your home of America's team. Good morning, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. This Lions, RJ, just profess to him your Dan Campbell, Detroit Lion, Jared Goff love. We have the biggest Lions fan in the Metroplex.
And I'm not even a Lions fan, but I love Dan Campbell. I love he's a meathead just like me, which is ironic because I also love Jared Goff, and he is probably the furthest you could get from a meathead. But this is like my adopted other team that I just make sure I follow just about every week.
Dan, does the turnaround in culture feel real? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it does. No, I was just going to say he definitely, you're at both ends of the spectrum there with those two guys. Not that either one of them, represents anything bad, but they're just, as you alluded to, very different people. Look, the culture is different. There's no doubt about that. From where they were under the previous regime to where they are in this regime, if you're talking about unity and collaboration and the entire building working together from the janitor to sales to media relations to the team to scouting, all the way through that everybody feels like they're moving as one. There's no doubt that they have taken care of that. But, you got to win games ultimately. They didn't win games with the previous regime. They haven't won games with this one. But I think one thing that they set out to do was to kind of reunite everybody. The buildings had been kind of fractured before under the previous regime. That's taken care of. I think everybody feels good about going to work now and being a part of something. But the results haven't been what they wanted. And ultimately, that's what you need to do is have both those things working hand in hand, and that hasn't happened so far in year two of this rebuild.
Dan, was getting shut out by the Patriots the fluke, or scoring all the points in the first three games more the fluke?
We're going to find out together. I mean, I think it was a fluke, and that's not to say they're going to let's separate talking about victories and the offense, because that's what you asked me about. So let's just talk about the offense. I thought coming into this year, the offense would be the strength of this team. It has been to date. The hope is certainly that was a one-off. I think it's probably somewhere in between being the highest scoring offense in the league, which they were for the first month, and then just getting nothing against the Patriots. So I still think this offense is going to score some points. I still think this offensive line is good. They'll be challenged big time this week. But, these guys have run the ball better than they have in years. They've had injuries to wide receivers with guys coming in and out, and they've still been able to, score some points. So I think it was something of a one-off, but I'm going to be interested to see where this offense settles in and kind of what they are for the long haul versus what they were for that first month.
Assuming it was a one-off, is Jared Goff the long-term quarterback?
Great question, and one that they absolutely have to answer this year. I mean, I'm probably a little more bullish on Jared than some people, in that I believe that you can win with him. I don't think there's that many elite quarterbacks in this league where you just, say that guy can roll out a ball and win a game for us. There just aren't that many of those guys. And everybody, wants to judge their other quarterbacks harshly, not realizing that the option that you have may not be any better. I mean, I think Jared's pretty good. Look, Jared's done a lot of things that we've dreamed about in Detroit. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's won playoff games. And that's something that hasn't happened here. And I think he showed you at the end of last year when he had 11 touchdown passes and 2 interceptions in the last 5 games, and what he did through 4 weeks this year, leading the league in touchdown passes, that he can be that guy. He can be a guy that you can win with. I think you need to put the right players around him, and they've certainly gone a long way towards doing that this year. But it's a question that's still being answered. And as I said, you can't come out of this year still wondering. You have to know whether or not he's the guy this season, because you're sitting with 2 number 1 draft picks coming up in this upcoming draft. And if you need to go out and get another quarterback, then you have to do it. You can't go into next year saying, well, we're still trying to figure this Goff out, because life just comes at you too fast and windows close too quickly. and you'll end up putting the whole team back together with somebody else if you don't figure it out.
Lions play-by-play, Dan Miller joined us here, 105 through the Fan. How's the health of the receivers? St. Brown, Chark, etc.
So St. Brown should be good. He was a full go yesterday. Chark, I don't know, man. I'm starting to get a little concerned. He's got the same ankle that he had an issue with last year. Didn't practice at all yesterday, which is never good coming back off a bye. So we'll see where he goes. Josh Reynolds, he's been a little bit nicked up. We'll have to see what comes up on Sunday. So, I mean, it's kind of been, look, it's not the reason that they're sitting at 1-4, but injuries have been a big, I'm telling you guys who lost your quarterback, but injuries have been a big, issue with the Lions. They've had to reshuffle the offensive line. They lost their best back-end safety in Tracy Walker for the season. So they've been, rotating cast in and out, and receiver has certainly been a part of that as well. So, for the most part, for 4 weeks, it didn't slow them down. And then things kind of fell apart in New England. So I'm anxious to see what it looks like this week coming off of that.
Man, is Amon-Ra St. Brown this legit? Where the hell did this come from, and is it here to stay?
He walked in the door day one and just looked like he belonged. There's a maturity about him, and maybe it's because his father was a professional bodybuilder athlete and got it from him, and I know his dad worked those kids strong and mentally, physically, all those things, but there was just something about him the day that he walked in, a relentless pursuit of, achieving the best that he possibly can be. His workouts are, the things that people talk about here and really drive other guys to work harder. And it just kind of clicked last year in the second half of the season, in particular after the Lions picked up Josh Reynolds and they kind of had another receiver out there that could play off Amon-Ra. And it's just, he's never looked back. I think, it's like 51 catches in the last 6 games last year and off to a great start this year. He's really difficult to handle one-on-one. He's a great route runner. He's smart. Not necessarily the guy that's going to blow by you on a fly pattern downfield, but he'll find a way to get open. He's strong. He knows how to use his body. He's the real deal. He's legit. I think he's a guy that's going to catch a lot of passes and be a quarterback's best friend for a long time. And I will say this, the production didn't start from day one, but the understanding of who he is and how he handles himself was evident from the moment we met him.
What kind of coach is Dan Campbell? Was he an aggressive, let's go for it all the time kind of coach? More conservative, a lot of runs? What is he?
Yeah, there's no doubt. He is a go for it on fourth down kind of guy. And that's one of the things that I think kind of has been talked about a lot. You go back to that Minnesota game, the Lions have a 4th and 4 at the plus 36 with whatever it was, little over a minute to go, little under 2 minutes to go. And if you make that play, game's over. I mean, Minnesota's basically out of timeouts at that point, and certainly the Lions could have run out the clock. And Dan Campbell, who had been a gambler, went for a 54-yard field goal. No good, great field position for Minnesota. They win the game. And it's a game the Lions let get away. Credit Minnesota. They made the plays, but the second ended, Campbell came in and said, I should have gone for it. It was one play with the strength of your team, your offense to win the game. And what you did was put the weakest part of your team back out there to try to hang on the defense, and it didn't work. So, answer to your question, very aggressive in terms of decisions of when to go for it and things like that. But if you're talking about the offense, he wants to run the ball. He wants to utilize this offensive line. And that's best for Jared Goff as well, because when play action works, Jared's most effective. So it's kind of a mix there. Yeah, there's no doubt when it comes to decisions, he will roll the dice. But when it comes to offense, he's still the kind of guy who does want to grind it out and then throw the ball after that. It's not 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It's run the ball, then utilize what they see as a high-powered passing game off of that.
Let me ask you my stupid question of the interview. Dan Miller, Lions play-by-play voice, here on Sean and RJ. Is there any way that Lions fans would rather see Dak Prescott over Cooper Rush Sunday?
No, I don't think so. And you know what, guys, I don't know that it even matters. And I'm not saying that as a reflection in any way on Cooper Rush or on Dak. the Lions haven't stopped anybody this year. And look at the quarterbacks that we've gone up against. Now, look, Geno Smith is having a great year. He torched us. Jalen Hurts is having a great year. He torched us. They had some luck with Wentz. But other than that, I mean, look, Bailey Zappi made his first start and had a QB rating over 100. And the Lions never got close to him. He was very comfortable in that game. So, look, total respect for Dak. From this angle, he's obviously the better player. I don't know, where he'll be in terms of rust or whatever. But, look, I think the Lions, long before they worry about anybody else on the other side of the line of scrimmage, they got to worry about themselves. They got to worry about finding a way to pressure the passer and making somebody uncomfortable, because it doesn't matter who's back there. If you're playing in this league and you can't get a pass rush, that quarterback's going to beat you. They're too good. If you've gotten to this level and nobody's putting you under duress, you're going to find a way to make plays. So I don't think it's a big source of conversation here. We're expecting to see Dak, and it just really comes down to, if the Lions don't play better defensively, it really doesn't matter. So I think that's more the way people have looked at it, is a frustration with what they have seen on that side of the ball to date this year.
How has the Okudah pick turned out?
He was hurt for 2 years and had a hard time staying on the field, and then, really dug into his rehab off of a torn Achilles and came out this year and played really well for a couple games, and has had his moments where he's looked like a guy that could be a number one cornerback in this league. And then there have been moments where he struggled. And, in fairness, again, going back to what I was talking about a moment ago, I don't care who you are at cornerback. You can have Dion and whoever, Jalen Ramsey out there. It doesn't matter. If you don't have somebody putting the pressure on that passer, then cornerbacks can't hold. There's no way you can hold your coverage back there. So I would love to see Jeff play in with a rush that is forcing a quarterback to make a quicker decision, and I think he's going to be fine. I mean, he's had really some struggles in this league, but he's finally healthy, and it looks like he's doing some good things, but there's some support around him that I think needs to be better. So after some frustration, I would say it is trending up. Hasn't been perfect, but I think this is at least giving people hope that this pick may pay some dividends here at some point down the line.
You all feel good about Aiden Hutchinson being a stud?
Yeah, I think Aiden's looked very much like a rookie at times this year. He had the 3 sacks in one half against Washington, and other than that, it's been a bit of a struggle. And I think he is learning that these guys that you're going up against in this league are all good. Your 260-pound tight ends can block. And it's not like it was in college where you're just the best player on the field and you can beat everybody else. Now, his work ethic is off the charts. His behavior as a teammate, off the charts. Every box is checked when it comes to Aiden. But I just think there's some things that he has to learn in this league about being a pass rusher, having a counter move, having a plan, not over pursuing. Just a lot of things that rookies struggle with. Because to me, guys, one of the scariest things is trying to project a pass rusher from college to the pros and figuring that thing out. There's so many variables involved, and he's in the midst of figuring that stuff out right now. Look, no massive, fear or anything like that about him. I just see a guy who's trying to understand what it is to play in this league, and a guy that does things the right way. And that's a great way to start, because I just think whatever his maximum potential is, he will reach that. It's just like it does for a lot of young players. It's just taking some time.
Last one for you, Dan, since you are right there in the NFC North. Which one is more real? The Vikings being good or the Packers being disappointing?
That's a great question. I am predisposed to saying anytime number 12 is still taking the snaps for Green Bay, that's the team you should worry about. But I do see some cracks there, and I do see some reason to be concerned there with the way that offense is kind of, the receivers have not been what he's had in the past, and he really hasn't been able to necessarily lift those guys the way that he has with some others in the past. So I'm not sure Minnesota is 5-1 good. We had them on the ropes and let them off. But credit to them. And look, they've got two of the most dynamic players in the league, at running back and wide receiver, and they know how to utilize them. So, at this point, I take my hat off to Minnesota, and I say, all right, you're the guys to beat. But believe me, I have been conditioned to understand that as long as Aaron Rodgers is in there, man, you better not count him out because that guy is just ridiculous. So I'm going to be interested to see how it plays out. And it's hard for me to wrap my arms around anything that even leads me to believe that Green Bay's done if he's still playing.
You do the games at Lomas Brown?
I do. Lomas and TJ Lang, yeah.
Okay. Anything, any dirt you can give us for Lomas coming on tomorrow?
Lomas is the best, man. Lomas is just, the one that he always gets here is his playoff guarantee against Philadelphia in '95, which didn't go too well. But no, Lomas is salt of the earth, man. You will not find a nicer human, nicer individual. We love the big man. He is just fantastic, and you guys will have fun with him. And Lomas certainly, as it's interesting because those two teams in the '90s, the Lions and Cowboys, kind of felt like they were on parallel paths, but the Cowboys had the quarterback, and that was the difference. And the Cowboys went on to great things, and the Lions didn't. And I always believed, if you flip flop Aikman and put him in Detroit, and it's not saying much, he's a Hall of Famer, but if you flip flop him, put him in Detroit, man, they'd have had a lot of success here. And if you threw the quarterbacks the Lions had in Dallas, it might have been a rough road. But you know what? Cowboys got it done. More power to them. But those were some good Lions teams that Lomas was on in the '90s. They just didn't have a guy at the most important position in the league.
Thank you, Dan. This was great, man. Enjoy the call on Sunday. We appreciate your time.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
Dan Miller. Look at that. A play-by-play guy who doesn't take himself too seriously. Wow. How refreshing.
Crazy how that works.
Crazy. You can ask him about sports.
I know.
Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Dodge.
It's KNC. Mike's gone with these glasses. I can't even.
You just said you can't take him as ruthless? Is
Yeah,
that what you
people,
said?
people always say I can't take you seriously. I can't take him as ruthlessly with these glasses on.
Thanks. I've calmed down. You feel like I'm a calmer person
Yeah.
with glasses on?
I don't like it.
My ass. After that game last night, there's no way you're a calmer person.
Were you freaking out last night while watching? Did you melt down at the end?
I told during the first run in the fourth quarter, I told Holland and the people on Twitch with us, I said, hey, Derek, we're in deep S. And I just felt like the momentum had changed a lot and didn't know. And Christian Wood got us back to up by 13. I believe it was 93-80 when then Phoenix called a timeout. And then from that point on, I believe they went on a 24-7 run to make it 104-100. And then it got even to 1-0 because then Luka picked up the technical, which we'll talk about that. We can talk about it now. Luka's, hey, it's one game, but man, dude, like you gotta.
We got 15 more now.
Hey, if
is that the tech?
It's 16 techs, then you get a game suspension or something like that.
If you're down by 7 right there with like a minute left, all right, man, the game's over. We lost, but hey, we're down by 4 with a minute to go. There's time to come back in this. You can't throw the ball in disgust because things aren't going your way.
And this is an impossible thing you can't say on Twitter during a game. I actually thought the Mavs were getting the benefit of some of these calls last night. I thought a couple of the 8-1s were like cheap, real slight.
I did feel like in both ways there was one where Dorian Finney-Smith got away with one later in the game, but I felt like the NBA did what they're told to do. And the home team got down by about 20 points in the third quarter, and they said, get this thing closer. And not that they call them up right then, but I think the refs are, if you watch that Tim Donaghy one, I forget what it's called on Netflix or whatever. I mean, they're kind of coached to be like, this is an entertainment product, and we have to keep the audience engaged, and they're down by 20. This is opening night in a home game, and I thought that third quarter they started really playing to like, let's get them back in it. And one point I'm like, okay, they're back in it. Now call it regular again.
I hear what you're saying. As long as we're doing that, in the third quarter, Luka decided he didn't need to cross midcourt anymore on defense. There were back-to-back possessions where Phoenix scored quickly, and he was pouting that he didn't get a call on one end. He did not cross midcourt on multiple possessions.
Did he look any different physically to you guys?
Nope.
Corey, for all this offseason talk?
No, actually, there was one point when he made a play and he got the and one. I think you were talking about that earlier.
Effing and one!
And he was doing the thing with his stomach again, and I was like, oh, crap. It's not
that part was awesome.
It's not as lean as I thought it was. But yeah, no, he still looks like Luka though. Like,
yeah.
I was listening to you this morning. That's exact same thought.
You see what happens when we keep the door open?
What is going on?
You see what happens when we keep the door? Someone broke the door handle.
They did?
Yes, the door handle's broken.
Yeah,
I think it was chopped.
We'll never get out of here.
Does that mean we can't close the door?
We can't get out.
Yes. What?
So if you close the door handle will fall off, and we're trapped in here in the studio. That's what happened, as Corey put it out in the majors on Twitter.
Yeah.
But you were talking about listening to the greatness of our show?
Yes.
The door handle was not broken when we left yesterday.
No, and that's why we're trying to figure out
Yeah.
the incident is what we're going to call it.
I have my candidate.
Who is your candidate? Also, now that we work in closer proximity to you guys, do you see how we were not responsible for a lot of the things that y'all thought we were responsible for?
Well, we don't see what you do during the show or how it looks after.
Why not? You could be watching on the Twitch.
Oh, yeah, I should drive back up here.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
I think it's Kevin Gray.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
I think Kevin got really ticked that the Mavs lost, and he slammed the door, and he broke it with his power. Something happened.
His power?
Regarding Kevin Gray.
I think we might have a witness rushing in to try to
that's happened.
Get
Definitely a Kevin Gray
His
thing.
teammate
All
on
right,
the
so
get
gentlemen,
right.
as much as I would love to throw Kevin under the bus right at this moment, Kevin Gray actually wasn't in the building yesterday.
Dang
He hosted
it.
Cowboys Crosstalk at the Star and hosted from there.
Wow. Okay.
Look at him.
And
Chiafalo currently is posting the GIF of Jim from The Office going down in his car seat and hiding. So maybe it was Chiafalo. He seems like the kind of prankster that would do something like that.
Like
maybe
break a door?
Yeah, like maybe they used it. They used the door handle for something, some bit that they did yesterday.
I think it's honestly RJ. RJ comes in here, and the way he even goes to get his bathroom breaks or his coffee, he's a bull in a china shop. And this morning he busts in the door, handle falls off, you drop something else. He just
It's the other side of the handle.
You have no finesse. Like there's no way that you can be good chipping in golf. You got no finesse whatsoever.
Man, I have immense
All
finesse.
gas.
There's a reason in high school they called me Floppy Choppy. Don't be nasty. It wasn't because of that.
That's why you got the Blue Chew endorsement.
Flop shots, baby. Epic.
Really?
Yeah, very good.
Corey, what's
can't
coming
get up the tee, but
you say he's all gas. I remember him eating that cup of pudding at like the airport or
I don't
something.
eat pudding.
You ate a
It
cup
was
of pudding.
yogurt,
Okay,
sir.
yogurt,
Is there
whatever.
more
I would
emasculating?
not eat
This pudding
pudding.
is delicious.
It is
Can you
gone.
grab my pudding from the fridge?
Dude, I hailed
And
it.
pudding is great.
I can see that you're confusing sometimes. Sometimes I feel like you're super fancy with some of these things.
I
and
would
other times
never eat pudding.
Okay.
Pudding's fantastic.
What's coming up on the show?
We got my buddy's an idiot at 11:20 today. Your complete overreactions at 10 o'clock from last night's game, and I'm very surprised that Mike is this calm during the C block today. We will be discussing Peace-a-thon as it is on the way, and some of the auction items that we're looking to get started. I've already, Kevin, on Facebook, somebody already messaged me and said they have 3 items that they would like to donate.
And I've already got some stuff too. This one's going to be big.
And every year, Sean, right on the day, people are like, oh, I wanted to donate this. And we're like, well, I mean, like, so we're going to open it up. We're going to open it up to all the Tolos out there. We're starting at 5:30, going all the way to 7 p.m.
Woo! This is the day before Thanksgiving?
Day before
That's right.
Thanksgiving. And so we're really excited about it. And Mike, are you ready for another run at this thing?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what I want to play in the tees for
His
Peace-a-thon.
enthusiasm.
You ready, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
How long did you last year?
Oh my
The
god.
whole time, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. What's
He literally just said it was 5:30 to 7.
Okay.
That just happened like 15 seconds
And
ago.
you lasted the whole time?
Did we start at 5:30?
Yes.
Dang, and I woke up that early?
Yes.
We should petition to just start the morning show at 6. That way you guys can do it too.
Why are you petitioning to me? I don't have that power. I mean,
like a
more
good
power
idea.
to you.
What happens between 5:30 and 6? Why are you on the air at that time?
Oh, you know, when I fill in,
that's that question.
you know, my approach when I
It
fill
doesn't
in
even
for
count in
you,
the ratings, does it?
Everything counts, Mike.
No, it doesn't.
Everything counts.
Everything counts.
I don't think it does. Every time I see ratings, it says from 6A to 7P. So what's the point of doing 5:30 to 6?
Got to get the cobwebs out from 5:30 to 6. That way the cobwebs are there from 6 to 6:30.
When we would do the show at 5:30, we would just do listener's choice to start it off, and I was like, text in whatever the hell you want to talk about. Let's do it.
And there are a lot of people listening.
Yeah.
That's what's insane is we would ask for text and chop. You know, I do that whenever we fill in. I'm surprised so many people are still awake. That's the segment that I do now.
Oh.
Why the hell are you up right now? And everybody starts texting in what they're doing and how much they're trying to chase that dollar.
Okay, so I think Mike's not freaking out because the most important things last night, you're better than the Suns. I think that's established. I think you're just better than Phoenix, or you just really have their number.
And Christian Wood looks badass.
Christian Wood looks badass.
Just don't foul him.
Goodness, just don't foul him. 60% free throw shooter, about 62, 63 last year. Last night was awful, but
for everybody not Luka that shot a free throw, it went mostly poorly.
Dinwiddie missed 2 big ones.
Yeah.
If you would have fouled Shaq and put him at the line 21 times, he would have made more free throws than the Mavs did if you take Luke out.
Are either one of you going to go off on Kidd for Wood being out during those stages in the fourth?
No, because it's the first game.
Okay.
I think they're still in this process of, hey, earn your spot, show why you're here.
Yeah.
He did last night, but I think there's still steps down the road where eventually Jason Kidd will go, this is my best 5 for the final 5. We got to run with this group. He's actually a better rim protector than people give him credit for, so let's go use that.
Mike, real quick, give me the team or player you are otherwise most impressed with last night.
Probably New Orleans blowing out Brooklyn in Brooklyn, or maybe Brooklyn.
And dunk. Ooh.
Yeah,
he's a specimen.
I'll tell you what, I said this.
He real thick.
Orlando's coming to town really soon in this season, and the Mavs should win that game. But that, to me, is a team that is the Oklahoma City Thunder of about 2009 or 2008. Franz Wagner, Banchero, they're going to add another lottery pick here after this season is over, right? And then Suggs is a solid player. Yeah, and Trevor Ariza.
Oh, well done. You're going with the bit.
Heidi Turkoglu.
Heidi.
I think it's Hito.
We are back tomorrow morning with Mike McCarthy to preview the Lions. K and C masterpiece. No more Ruthless Mike. It's sad.
Love it.
Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to K.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Locked in the studio.
Yeah.
There's no
They
doorknob.
shut the door.
Yeah. Hey, Carter, if you can, please zoom in. The Sharif walked out and took the doorknob with him.
He smiled when he shut the door, too.
And so now we don't have a doorknob over there to get out of the studio. So we're locked in here until.
Do we have a bucket in here?
Y'all are
I
gonna
guess
stay
Reggie
in
can
there,
help
you're gonna
us
do
out
some radio.
at some point.
You're going to do 4 hours of radio, and you're going to like it.
Man, I feel like Reggie is teaching us a lesson because we broke one of his parental rules. You're going to sit there and do this radio show until you've learned your lesson. So, for better or worse, I know there were moments that were worse. What are your complete overreactions to yesterday's game? Because there was a long time in the game where I was like,
Wembanyama,
I
looks
know.
like.
Okay.
We're going for it.
But before that, there was a long time in the game where I was like, holy crap, I undershot by a lot at 50 wins. We're going to be badass and the Suns are done.
Yeah, I felt great at halftime. Even though they went on a little bit of a run there at half, you're still up by, I believe it was 17. It might have been 15. 15 or 17 points at halftime. You're up by 10 after 1. I remember that because then Luka went out and I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting without Brunson.
And how impressive was it? They went off at the beginning of the second quarter without Luka. And that's one of the things I focus on so much because we all know Luka is awesome.
Yeah.
How's everyone going to do when he doesn't play? So maybe our usage rate is not off the charts at all times. So I was encouraged by that.
There's a lot of things to be excited about. I thought the team defense was awesome for the most part. Obviously, the fourth quarter, it did not go that well. But then also you decided, hey, we do not want to do anything except jack up contested three-pointers, which can hurt your defense because those have a lot of trouble going in.
Yes.
But
the rebounds are a little wilder.
I thought JaVale McGee in his short, time looked pretty good. Obviously, Christian Wood looked great. Dinwiddie did a nice job being the backup point guard. But then there are also issues. But, I mean, those are the positive things that I saw.
Can I take a step back to Dinwiddie? Because I think we should linger on that for just a second because of all the, potential concerns going into the season. I feel like Dinwiddie as your second-tier ball handler was up there. It's just one game, but you just said you thought he did a good job.
Yes, but I've also felt the hurt of not having Jalen Brunson on the team.
Okay.
Because Dinwiddie, he did do great in the second quarter, so you have to kind of take everything there, but I think it helps out that he has Christian Wood. That's such a good scorer out there with him. So I think Wood is a better scorer than Jalen Brunson is in the NBA. But there's also at times where you saw where you're like, son of a gun, we need somebody else who can dribble and pass a basketball.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, and I do call, Tim Hardaway Jr. the black hole because when he touches the ball, we know where it's going, towards the basket. He's a guy that can dribble and shoot, but he's not a guy who can dribble and pass. I missed Jalen Brunson last night, and also I watched him play against Memphis last night and have a lot of positive plays.
He's good at passing
for the Knicks, but
he's good at passing, dude.
I did I like a lot of what I saw, but it ultimately ended in a loss. So you'd like to feel better about, when I woke up this morning, I was like, God, I can't believe the Mavs blew that game, but it happens. So it's the NBA.
Couple of things I want to get to. One, Kevin, from the 254, the doorknob is because Gavin, the boss, he didn't want the door closed anymore. Remember the other day he wouldn't shut the door when he left.
That's
a
great point.
And now it's he's like, I'll show those guys. So maybe he's just saying no more door for you guys.
And it's because we called him out about it.
I think that makes a lot of sense that Spittle would do that. The other thing, though, is I feel like there was a lot of, all right, let's see what these guys are doing together. And I still think there's so much more to learn about this team. Mike, I'm curious about the ball handling part. Christian Wood looked good with the ball in his hand.
Oh yeah, he's a one-on-one player if he gets the right matchup.
So is he not a guy that's also capable of distributing whenever Luke is off the court?
Yeah. No.
He's going to get one-on-one and take it to the basket. He's an ISO guy.
Yes, even like Dirk. Dirk wasn't a very good passer off of the dribble. I mean, it would happen every once in a while. It'll happen every once in a while. When you're 7 feet, and it's weird because he feels like he's 7 feet tall, but I guess he's listed at 6'9". He feels like he's taller than that. But I would just say that most big guys, obviously Kevin Durant's an exception. There are exceptions. Greek Freak's an exception. But most big guys, when they're working off the dribble, they're not going to be able to pass off of moving. You know, they might like be able to pass off of a double team in the post.
How many more minutes do you guys want to see of them together then?
Of Luka and Christian Wood?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
it's maxed out.
Do you just want to say, okay, that's the tandem, let them run?
And that's a good question because I would also like to see Christian Wood get bumped up. Look, it's tough because it's just one game.
Yeah.
And there's lots of issues like I hate the idea of Jalen Green consistently getting more minutes than JaVale McGee. But
I would love having Jalen Green. Unfortunately, we have Josh Green.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Jalen Green, I'd be all about it.
Have all the minutes.
Josh Green. I don't like the idea.
If we could put glue on his shoes and that MFer could stop jumping up in the air every time he tries to pass a basketball. I feel like he needs to go back to 7th grade basketball.
And don't jump every time.
Damn it, Josh Green, let me explain to you 4 things that you did wrong in the fourth quarter. We passed the ball to you for an open 8-footer. You refused to take it. Mistake number 1. Then you dribbled one time and picked up the ball. Mistake number 2, killing your dribble. Then you jumped up in the air to pass the ball. Major mistake number 3. Then you threw to a contested guy in the corner who had no shot available and you threw it out of bounds. Mistake number 4. Even if mistake number 4 doesn't happen and the ball gets to Reggie Bullock in the corner with the guy totally draped around him, we have to then throw the ball up top with less than 10 seconds left on the shot clock to reset the ball. But Josh Green just doesn't really understand basketball yet, and they're trying to teach him.
So going forward, I don't like the idea of him getting more minutes consistently than JaVale McGee, and you would like to see Christian Wood bumped up to 30 minutes per game. But I am also fascinated by the dynamic of how they play without one another. Like, I'm willing to give that time to see not only how they play together, but how they play apart. I do want to see how both of those play out, and it's tough to make any like big extrapolations off of game one.
You said this is a segment, though, for overreaction.
That's true.
All right, then
they need to play together at all times.
All right, that's not an overreaction. Here's my overreaction. Let's go ahead and trade Luka for everything we can, because we got Wood. We're good now. So I would overreact that way, and let's just give Christian Wood this team and just see how it goes and see how many draft picks we can get.
You
for
thought
Luka
Luka was a bad free throw shooter, or you thought Shaq was a bad free throw shooter.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing what got Christian Wood going was he banked in a 3-pointer, which obviously he didn't mean to do, and then he swishes the next 2, and he's on an 11-0 run because he made kind of a really nice post-up move in that situation too, and it was just like, wow, that's crazy that a bank 3-pointer could get him like, yeah, I'm online and on target.
Was it 16 straight points he scored for the Mavericks at one point?
Right.
That was awesome. Like, that was really, and that is an overreaction, crazy, insane statement. Almost as insane as who was that pitcher, Kevin, that pushed Mike Maddox off the mound in our creation that one day? Agondo. He pushed. In our
Alexi Agondo.
Rangers Price is Right. So but there were so many fun things to see for this team to grow. And then that was a ticked off Suns team, right? At halftime, they were like, "We're getting embarrassed right now. We were embarrassed last year. They came out ticked off after that."
See, I don't think I agree with that.
In the second half?
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that at all because they were still getting worked at the beginning of the second half. Like, they didn't score for 3 minutes into the third quarter, and the Mavericks extended their lead out even further. Like, I do not think this Phoenix Suns being ticked off had any impact on this game, especially in the third quarter, because the Mavericks created their biggest lead of the game in the third quarter, and they were dominating at the beginning of the third quarter. There was a whole lot of stuff that happened after that I have problems with. We've already talked about it, and as long as we're overreacting, I got 2 Luka overreactions, and I guess I'll just give you the compliment part first. Is Luka is amazing, and he's still obviously one of the greatest players in the world. My 2 overreactions is, hey, dude, I need you to give a crap about what's happening on both sides of the ball every possession, and also, he still cannot shoot 3-pointers. Those are my wild overreactions to start the game, to start the season.
Well, one, the 3-pointers, it's because he thinks he can make contested threes, so he takes a lot of bad 3-point shots. It's not, to me, he has a very good shot. He just decides to take contested 3-pointers too much. So that's where that can be frustrating. So I hear what you're saying, but he does shoot the ball well. It's just that his shot selection at times. Would you concede to his shot selection is what you get frustrated with his 3-point shot selection?
Probably, and the last play of the game was very representative of that, because you asked me before the show started. The second Luka brought the ball up, I had no doubt in my mind that he was taking that shot.
Right.
And I get the idea that you want your best player to take the most important shot. But I was also looking at the weak one-on-one defense on the right side, and I feel like there was potential, especially if Luka would have taken 3 steps into the paint, given how effective he had been at the free throw line where he was amazing. I wonder if at least one of those people would have collapsed, and his court vision is amazing. He could have got a really open 3 look.
I'm 100% with you. Luka, we all know at the end of the game what he's going to do down by 2. He is going to take a contested 3-pointer or a bomb 3-pointer, and he's made probably, I'm going to say 25% of them, which doesn't seem like a good percentage. Like, Luka, couldn't we get a better percentage if you take the ball to the basket? You are 13 of 13. Maybe you don't want to play overtime. Maybe you're tired. I don't know the whole philosophy of maybe you don't want to go to overtime on the road. You just want to jack up a 3, and if it goes in, you win. If you miss it, you lose. But if you do go to the basket, either you get fouled or it probably breaks down the defense, and you got to trust that one of your guys, whether it's Kleba or Finney Smith or Bullock's going to hit the 3-pointer, that's more open.
One more big thing for Luka last night. I actually don't think this is an overreaction. I thought that last free throw from him was huge. I know they lost, and you might be like, that's stupid. They lost. But he was 12 for 12, and this just felt like the moment. They were like, he's been unstoppable at the line tonight. And it was the and one that was so brilliant because he looked, I don't think he was like looking right at the camera, but it felt like he was looking at the camera, and he goes, effing and one. And you could see it. And then he made the free throw in a as clutch as it gets situation. I thought that was a big deal.
I agree with you. My overreaction is this. When people say, well, that's Tim Hardaway Jr.'s first game back, that's who he was last year. I think people forget how bad he was last year when he was healthy.
Awful.
And so, hey, I think he's going to be better. I really do. 3 of 10, in a game where he didn't really impact the game. He's a horrible defensive player. It really hurts when Luka and Hardaway are out there at the same time because he almost overplays like one side and he gives up straight line drives. It's like, dude, I get you want to maybe push him one way to a defense, but there's no defense that says, hey, I want you to go straight to the basket. You can't defend giving straight line drives from the wing to the basket. You have to kind of make it a roundabout a little bit to get to the basket. But I think Tim Hardaway Jr., it's an overreaction. He frustrates the hell out of me. But it's just because when he sees the basketball in his hands, he's Swaggy P.
Right.
He's J.R. Smith.
Right.
I mean, we know what's happening. He's going to shoot the basketball, and he really has to be hot because he can kind of shoot you out of games, and then /defense is just something that if you get mad at Luka for his defense, you're like, Tim Hardaway Jr., at one point, can you figure out not to overplay one side where you're giving up such straight line drives?
I think that actually would be lovely. Somebody texted this in. I think this has been the case more in previous seasons, and I 100% get it. I hope this is not the case anymore because I think a couple of the guys, obviously Finney Smith jumps to mind, and I think that maybe Bullock to a certain extent jumps to mind is from I believe it's the 5.59. It's because he can't trust any of them to make that shot. I hope we're moving away from that to a certain extent because we saw, especially Luka gets players great looks. And we saw that what were Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith, like second and third in terms of open 3-point looks last year. I would hope that they've earned a little bit more trust with him.
That was ego. That was Luka's ego. Hey, first game of the season, let me knock this 3 down, win the game, first game of the year, and we'll roll on through this thing. I mean, we destroyed Phoenix last year. Everything's fine. That's an interesting point.
And
you know what? He'll He'll figure out what the best move is to win later on down the road. That's what he will do.
I'm going to give Monty Williams a lot of credit last night. He went away from Chris Paul, and he said, you're going to sit. You're not really impacting the game at all in a positive way. And so we are going to go with, in a weird way, Cam Payne and Lee were the guys that really were their best kind of guards. I know that Devin Booker is a shooting guard, so he obviously, the pick and roll, pick and everything that they were doing with DeAndre Ayton crushed the Mavericks late in the game. But I thought it was interesting. He said, I'm not going back to Chris Paul. It's not working, and I'm going to stick with these guys who are backup guys because they're making a bigger impact on the game right now.
Yeah, no, and I'm really fascinated by the last thing that you said too, because, and I see people immediately picking up on it, is that bomb 3-point play leads everything. Like, with all due respect to Zion coming back with Banchero showing out, if that goes in
tonight's Saints game,
you're right about. You should definitely watch on Amazon Prime. It's a great time for you. I think you're right, and I'm intrigued by that concept. And I think
he's been playing basketball all offseason. Yeah. Like, I think he was like, let's do this thing. Let's make it a big moment. He loves the opportunity to put a dagger in and then walk out going, yeah, that was me that just did that to you.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Lions score a lot. So what specific offensive challenges do the next Cowboys opponent present? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Goff's got it. Back, looks, throws, ends it. Yes! Caught! Touchdown, Detroit Lions! They did it! Amon-Ra St. Brown in the receiving end!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What challenges do the Lions present? Because I know Dak is coming back. The defense is pissed off. The Cowboys are a touchdown favorite, and I still kind of think that's going to bump up a little bit once we actually all just remove the veil that, who knows if Dak is going to play or not. But what challenges do the Lions present? Because they have to present some semblance of challenge offensively, because even though they got shut out against the Patriots, which kind of undercuts some of these things, I get that, they're still, even with that shutout, they're second in the league in yards per game, behind only the Bills, and they're third in the league in points per game, behind only the Bills and the Chiefs. And we would all agree that the Bills and Chiefs are awesome. So it's a weird dynamic because they also have probably the best two quarterbacks in the league, and I don't think anyone in the universe puts Jared Goff anywhere near close to that category.
There are a couple things, DeAndre Swift is supposed to come back.
That's what he said.
And so that tandem of him and Jamal Williams has been very, very good. So on that side of the ball, Kevin, that's my first place that I'm very concerned with is if DeAndre Swift is back, he is dude, if you have him in fantasy, you're enjoying having him as your fantasy running back when he's healthy because he is so much fun to watch.
Does that Philly game then, and I know we have to go all the way back to the beginning of the season, does that Philly game what the defensive film study keys in on? Because he ran all over Philly. I know that was a game where defense was like, we'll figure it out.
Nobody really liked it or enjoyed defense there. Well, yes, that's part of it. And the Cowboys, obviously, with their lack of ability to stop the run, they got to figure a lot out there. But the great thing is you don't have a quarterback that can run. He's not a threat for that. So what you saw on Sunday night isn't necessarily the blueprint for them. They're not looking at it going, all right, we're going to run the exact same RPOs because they can't. Because you're not afraid of him running, so you know what your options are whenever it's time to go defend somebody. Now, Josh Reynolds has really ticked up in the absence of DJ Shark. He and Jared Goff have had a very good time together, but Shark is actually may come back as well. That's something that you're kind of keeping an eye on right now.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that because I feel like the Swift information has been more forthright with. He's still questionable, but when they asked him, he was like, no, my plan is to build up and be back ready to go Sunday against Dallas.
It's very Dak-like, right?
Yeah. For DJ, it feels like it's been all over the ankle. It's tough to say with all of that. And I'm not as confident because he didn't even practice yesterday either. I'm not as confident we'll see him as Swift, who I do believe they'll see.
With Reynolds, and Reynolds is battling through an injury also.
Yep.
But he became
law firm.
Not that one.
I do like your approach on this, though, Mike. I like that a lot. St. Brown has been this cool story for them.
Although that's another, you're definitely right. That's another guy who missed a game with injury.
I'm expecting him to be back.
Sure. Yeah.
From what I'm looking at, because I've been keeping an eye on a lot of fantasy stuff here. And so I'm expecting him to be back. The connection that he and Goff have had has been awesome. But Detroit does a really good job of, finding really good opportunities for him to get open, creating mismatches. Mike and I talked about that with CeeDee Lamb and Oxnard. And CeeDee was like, you're always mismatch hunting. And then he went on to explain a lot of other things about it. But with what they do, they love to get St. Brown in the slot. They'll line him up outside. And again, with the Cowboys, you're not just saying, well, Diggs is just going to follow him. So if they say, hey, this is our mismatch that we like, they're going to try to create those as often as possible. If Reynolds is healthy, though, man, that's three wide receivers. If he and Shark and are all healthy, that's three really good wide receivers out there. Otherwise, you're dealing with I think Kennedy, Tom Kennedy is one of them.
I don't even know who
that is. Here it is. Yeah. Khalif Raymond and Tom Kennedy.
I'd take my chances.
You did one of those as a senator, right? I feel
yeah.
So, anyway.
Definitely Khalif Raymond.
Yeah.
All right, so just looking up the quick stats here.
Okay.
Listening to Corey and backing them up here. The Cowboys are 19th in yards allowed on the ground. So if you're looking at a negative right now towards the defense, which there's not much because points are the most important analytic stat and how many points you're giving up.
That's a fact.
But you're fourth in yards allowed passing. 183.5 is fourth best in the NFL. Averaging 120.7 yards given up on the ground is the 19th. I guess if you want to say 19th best.
Sure.
Usually you don't say like
when
you're 19th,
I got you.
Like,
Or
we're the
14th
19th
worst. Yeah, yeah.
So that is a way. Now, looking at this, I didn't know this. I didn't know that they were this bad. Detroit is giving up 428.6 yards per game, the worst in the NFL, and giving up 34 points per game, the worst in the NFL. Should we expect, if the Cowboys don't score 30 in this game, are we supposed to be disappointed? No matter what the result is, are you going to, like, if the Cowboys win, let's just say 27-17, are we going to say, man, our offense just took on the worst defense and still didn't get to that like 30-plus point marker?
No.
All right.
Oh, I go for it.
You like
I will be disappointed
because that's fine. My approach to this is I don't need to risk anything with Dak this week because I think that I can run over these guys. Now, if they turn it into a shootout and I have to pass, I believe I can. I believe I can do that, but I also believe that the Cowboys saw the formula of we can control a football game with the run. Now, maybe Dak's like, hey, guys, I want to show I'm back. I really do want to show y'all that I'm back, so let me run up the score on this sucker if we can.
Well,
so that would be like, but I think the Cowboys can win a 24-10 game this week just like they did a few other times.
I think
they don't have to.
Yeah. No, I definitely think you're right. I think the only reason I would be disappointed is I'll double check. I'm pretty sure like 27 is the least amount of points Detroit has given up in a game.
I'm not looking at individual. I'm just looking at the NFL.
Yeah, so per game, here we go. They've given up 38, 27, 28, 48, 29. So I think I would be disappointed because maybe I'll set my bar at 27 if that works better. If they don't hit at least 27, which is the least amount of points that Detroit has given up this year, I'll be disappointed.
Go back to that real quick. What were the points that they scored in each of those games? Aside from the 27, because I think that was 0.
27, they scored 36. It was the 29 were 0. So Detroit is at 35, 36, 24, 45. So to the point about
that's why I feel like
put up points
in those games. Teams had to.
So you think we can drag them through the mud?
I think that Micah and Van Der Esch and all these guys are that ticked off right now that they want to pitch a shutout. Like that's what. So I don't think you have to if you play the complementary style. But again, there could be a pick six that turns something huge. There could be Dak Prescott saying and Mike McCarthy saying, "Hey, we want to show everybody that Dak's back."
Do you want a quote from Van Der Esch?
Which actually I kind of want now. You know what? The more I think of it, I want to shut out and I want 37 points.
We did it! Here's a quote from Van Der Esch.
You're sitting in choppy seat. That's the only thing that's acceptable to him is you got to score 40 because if you do play Buffalo or Kansas City in the Super Bowl, you're preparing for that. Nobody else.
Is Van Der Esch said, we worry about us, not them. That's what we try to do most every single week. Worry about us. It's ultimately about us. But check this out. If we don't beat ourselves, we're going to kick everybody's butt.
He said butt.
He did. I mean, it's Leighton Van Der Esch.
He didn't say ass.
That doesn't.
And it feels like that would have been
disrespectful.
more.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean disrespectful?
He's way too respectful.
He's the wolf hunter. You know, like I feel like that's at this point now, Kevin. That's where you're saying beat yourself, challenge yourself. The Cowboys.
Come on, Mike.
What are you, us?
Go. Keep going.
They should be in that mindset now of, okay, how excellent can this defense actually be? Let's go try and hold them to nothing every night. I don't want them to gain another inch, kind of mentality. And then this offense should say, okay, now it's time to just blow the doors off this thing.
Well, the good thing is,
oh my God.
And I see multiple people texting this in from the 469. This is a trap game. From the 972, the Lions are better than you think. And then from another 469, the Lions are better than their record. This is a trap game. Is Mike McCarthy literally talked about that. He said, I don't view this as a trap game. He said it's a prime example of what an uncommon opponent looks like, and their offense has been extremely productive thus far. He finished it out with, the reality of the league is we don't fall into the trap of looking at their record. And I think that's a good thing to say. I wonder if that's human nature, but I appreciate him saying that.
I think it's human nature, and I know that we talked about this during a meeting. I think Corey might have a point of, I wonder if more of a trap game is Chicago because the next game is at Green Bay. And you can kind of look at that opponent going, ooh, that's going to be a tough opponent. This one's an easy one. I'm just wondering if because next week's opponent is even worse, I know not record-wise, but I feel like Chicago's worse than Detroit, is you're not looking forward to anything at this point because the next week's just as bad of an opponent. But I do feel like this is an Admiral Akbar game. I think that's what we should call it from now on. Instead of a trap game, an Admiral Akbar game.
I support that 100%.
All right, so I don't know if you ever got the speech of we're not playing against an opponent this week, we're playing against us. Let's go.
Yeah. Like, and I think it is different in baseball just because of 162 games.
I'm curious if McCarthy wants to give that speech this week. Look, we got 2 games that might be this. Let's challenge. I want y'all to let's set these goals. We want to hold them under 0 points. And we want to score 37. Now, how are you guys going to do that this week? This is what I'm holding you to. And I don't know how guys respond to that because maybe guys are like, you know what? I need a goal this week.
Is there any part of you that thinks Dan Quinn gave at least the beginning of that speech by saying we have high expectations and we failed to reach them? We failed. Like he said,
the defense got it at least.
Exactly. And so
the offense get it.
You know what, honestly, with how crappy the Detroit defense has been, if I had to pick which side shows out, it would be the defense. Because if you can keep this Lions offense in check, I have a feeling the defense for Detroit will give you something.
See, and I'm starting to, you know what? I'm changing my mind completely now, Mike. There's no trap here. This is your opportunity to really pad your stats. You know what, Schultz? If you really want a contract with somebody, this is your chance. Go out there.
I hear what you're saying. I felt like when we had Brian Adams on the schedule, I was like, man, this is a 4 for 4. This is a possible no-hitter.
You could pick any other school in DFW. And
Did you feel this way about Denver last year?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe
what was Denver's record? Weren't they around 500? Or am I crazy?
I would have to double check. Whereas Detroit is tied or I think they have the second worst record in football.
To everything you can do on offense, and who knows? I mean, it's an NFL team. They are professionals, and anything can happen. At the end of the year, now, most people did feel like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. That Detroit was a 6 to 9 win team going into the season.
I would probably say closer to 6, but I hear you.
Corey, were you a person that felt like Detroit could maybe press for a playoff spot before the season started?
I kind of did. I was kind of excited about them, but I was like, if they get 6 wins, that would be a win for them this year. You know?
So I think it's kind of like they're probably going to figure out a way to win 6, and hopefully not one of them is against you. I mean, you look like a much better team so far throughout, 6 games for you, 5 games for Detroit. But, man, when you look at these stats, it looks like you can pass against them, even though they're better at the passing game defensively. They're 26th in the NFL against the pass. They're 32nd against the rush. So it looks like you can do anything you want. As long as you block, you should be able to do whatever you want, whenever you want. That being said, I will end it, at least what I'm saying here is, hey, there were predictions of Detroit could maybe sneak into the playoffs this year. Detroit could be around 500. So if you're looking at it that way, eventually they're going to win some games.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, Corey, are we now to 37-0? Is that where you're?
Yeah, and like I said, hold them to under 0 points. So I guess that's the defense needs a pick 6.
No, I like it.
That's negative points for their offense.
So if you're, and let me ask you this real quick.
Yeah.
If you're in a position where you're up 31-0 and you get a pick 6, do you think there should be an option that instead of making it 38-0, you can make it, if you make the extra point, 31 to -7?
Or, just kneel down on the pick 6 and say, we would like to give them negative points.
I feel like very much like Saturday Night Live, the Bears, the Bears, the Bears, the Bears.
Yeah.
Now, that's older. If you're younger, there was a whole deal where they would just pick Mike Ditka to win like 72 to -10.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for those baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
We talk yesterday's playoffs and Texas Rangers. Who's going to pick all these pitching coaches next?
Coming up in the next G.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Always trying to make sure we don't lay an egg on this show. It's time now for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basher.
Sometimes I let you guys choose because I'm not exactly sure which way to go.
ALCS.
Can I hit something real quick?
Don't assault anything.
We do, no, I don't want to assault anybody. We do have the doorknob is now functioning, but it's still broken. All right,
What?
so we can't get out of the studio. Reggie did come in earlier during crosstalk with our morning show, Sean and RJ, and said that Kevin Gray was not in studio last night.
He was not.
However, Zach Walchuk informed me that when he left yesterday, the doorknob was still intact. There was another host in the studio last night.
Was it me?
There was a Hall of Famer in here.
Oh, a 3-time Hall of Famer?
3-time Hall of Famer. So
looks like he works out for a living.
So we will have to keep. We will continue investigating the case of the great doorknob debate. Back to you, Mike.
Chris Arnold's like an American gladiator. You think I can break this doorknob in one?
Can we start
swoosh?
calling him Pyro? What was that? Did
I don't
you
know.
say
Stop!
one
Stop!
word?
I only have 5 minutes left, and we got to go to break.
That's not how that clock works.
It feels like it. Okay, you said ALCS.
Yes.
That wasn't. I'll go ALCS. Okay. So yesterday, the big story is the Yankees strike out 17 times. The Astros strike out 2
Twice?
times.
Yeah.
So how are you going to win?
And that's the biggest difference in the history of a playoff game, right?
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to say this. I just don't know if the 3 teams left can beat the Astros 4 times in a 7-game series. They're just, to me, their rotation. Verlander, obviously, he got rocked by Seattle, and they still won the game. Yesterday, Verlander goes out there, 6 innings, 3 hits. He gives up a solo home run, strikes out 11. Hey, the guy James Taillon, who pitched for, I say Taillon, maybe it's Taillon, maybe you don't pronounce the L's, but he actually gave his team a chance. He went 4 1/3 and only gave up 1 run. So you're kind of giving your team a chance there because you're not a number 1. You're kind of a number 3 at best, but really a number 4. And that's just the matchup they had because they had a 5-game series against Cleveland. Seattle, got swept, so you're able to set up your rotation perfectly for the ALCS. But that being said, when I look at tonight and I look at Framber Valdez versus Luis Severino, I'm
almost.
I'm gonna
you
quit.
Almost got it.
Yeah, Severino.
Yep.
Thank you. I still give the edge to Houston, and then I give the edge to Houston's bullpen over New York's bullpen because New York doesn't really have a closer right now. The lineup, when you just look at the lineups, I go, gosh, I lean towards the Astros, and the Astros aren't even hitting that great. As I believe that, Reggie brought that up in looking at that game where you look at the 4-2 final score and you just go, gosh, you're not even really. Bregman goes 0 for 3. Altuve's just horrible.
He hasn't had a hit the whole playoffs.
Yeah. He's 0 for so far in the playoffs, and you still haven't lost. You're 4-0. And Altuve, who is arguably, I will say, Alvarez is your best hitter. But Alvarez yesterday, he does draw 2 walks, but he goes 0 for 2 from the plate. I just look at it and I go, hey, it can happen if you hate the Astros. I just don't know, guys. I don't know if Philly, San Diego, or the Yankees are good enough to beat them 4 out of 7 games.
Which is kind of discouraging already because that's the number 1 team I would probably root for. Although I don't care for either one of the teams left in the AL.
But here's the good news. Houston has Justin Verlander, who's a free agent, and nobody else is a free agent on their team. So good luck with that one.
Who's that good news for?
I guess the Astro fans listening, because they're going to be able to bring back the same team. Now, look, it's not over. Yankees can win today. They can win 4 out of 7. I just look at it and go, man, it's just tough to look at it and go, the Astros are going to get beat by one of these 3 teams left.
Do you have to root for a team? Like you just said, that's the one I would root for, but you don't have to root. You can just be like, nope, don't care.
No, you're right about that. But the problem is the aftermath of, let's say the Astros win the World Series. It's hard to escape the aftermath of, hey, the Astros are world champions, blah, 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 blah. And like,
you're still cheaters.
Just metal. It's just like a metal thing they make.
Metal.
You're still cheaters is what I would say.
Yeah.
That's what my son believes at 14 years old. I said, hey, who you rooting for? Because this is a tough one for Ranger fans. He's a Ranger fan, and he doesn't root for the Yankees, and he hates the Astros. And he said, I guess I'm rooting for the Yankees because the Astros are still cheaters. So to the 14-year-old 8th grader, the Astros are still cheaters. And I'm
Love
like,
it.
all right. I mean, I get it. But anyways, moving from the American League, as they play tonight at 6:30. So that game will be happening along with Thursday Night Football. So you kind of have two things to kind of flip and flop your TV. I just, commercials, when it goes to commercial break, I just flip to the other one.
Yeah,
and then if I'm interested, I stick there. And then when it goes to commercial, I flip back to the other one. If I stay interested, I leave it there. If not, I know in 2 minutes they're coming back from break and I can go to the next one. Okay, let's go to the National League real quick because I do have Rangers news that I want to get to and just kind of questions is – Juan Soto made a pretty big error yesterday, but it doesn't count as an error because it's always interesting. If you lose the ball in the sun, it's not an error. And I get it. It happens. As my high school coach would say, which I don't believe, remember, he'd say, the sun's been there for 6 billion years, deal with it. Maybe that's where I got deal with it.
Did we just discover the origin story?
And the reason that Mike doesn't believe in time.
Maybe he said 6 million years, but I still don't know if I believe that either. I just don't know. We're making up how many years the sun has been there. We're hoping that we're right with 6 million or 6
drag
billion.
us into this again.
Or 600,000. I don't know. We don't know either. But anyways, Soto loses the ball in right field in the sun. I thought it was huge by San Diego. I was watching quite a bit of this game. I'll be honest. The Yankee game at 9 o'clock, and I was also watching a lot of basketball around the league, so I was watching but not watching, I was watching quite a bit of the San Diego-Philadelphia game, and when San Diego was able to score 2 runs in the second inning after giving up 4, somewhat based off of the sun getting in Soto's eyes. I thought that was huge. And then obviously getting 5 in the 5th and taking the lead. I will say this with both of these teams. You don't want to get down to these teams late in the game because I feel like Philadelphia, who I didn't know a lot about their bullpen. I knew a little bit about San Diego trading for Josh Hader, and you don't want to get down in the 7th inning to either one of these teams. So if you are going to beat the Astros, I feel like you need to be able to, if you have the lead, you got to be able to shut down the lead. And I don't believe the Yankees can then just shut down the lead. Like, hey, we have 9 outs to go. I feel like if San Diego or Philadelphia has 9 outs to go watching them in these playoffs, you're in big trouble with what they can bring in for 3 relief pitchers.
Yeah.
The Yankees, I'm not so sure about. All right, let me get to Texas Rangers news. Let's just say the Rangers hire Bruce Bochy. I think that's the guy they want to hire. It's the guy that they went and looked at, interviewed, talked to him 5 days ago. I'm wondering this. The pitching coach for Bruce Bochy was Dave Righetti. I think Dave Righetti is an unbelievable pitching coach. Now, he's a little bit older, but I'm just wondering if Bochy kind of comes out of retirement, does he bring along his pitching coach that was such a huge influence on the Giants winning 3 world championships?
Yeah.
And so I would love to see Dave Righetti come along. Remember, Chris Young let go of, however you want to say it. You can be harsh and say fired or didn't renew contract if you want to be really nice.
Which I always think is fired.
Is the major league pitching coach or coaches the AAA pitching coach and the AA pitching coach. So your higher levels, especially your major league level, isn't hired. If you can get Dave Righetti to come here, is it the farm director and Chris Young's job to just hire 2 guys that Dave Righetti and Bruce Bochy doesn't know? Or is it Bruce Bochy, Dave Righetti, and Chris Young sitting down and going, hey, these guys are available, and we really like these guys, whether it was from San Francisco or from some other place. And so you kind of redo a lot of your pitching coaches. So if you feel like you're drafting talent and you're not getting the most out of your talent, a la this year Cole Winn or Spencer Howard, who you traded for, or a guy like Colby Howard. I don't know how much they believe in Colby Howard or not believe in him. He's a little bit off to the side, but you're about to have to rely on what you're hoping is Owen White, Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter, Cole Winn. I'm not putting them in any order. And then in the major leagues, guys like Taylor Hearn. I do think Taylor Hearn's more of a great bullpen piece now, but you never know if you want to pop him back into the starting rotation. Spencer Howard, Dane Dunning, Glenn Otto. I mean, these are a lot of guys that these guys have to work out. So whoever you hire as the manager, who then possibly has the authority to hire his pitching coach, And then who hires the AA and AAA guys to really get these guys ready to pitch in the major leagues is so important to the future of the Texas Rangers. So if it is Bruce Bochy, I don't know if it is, but let's just say it is. I'm wondering if Dave Righetti comes out of retirement too to become the major league pitching coach to really help out Bruce Bochy and the staff.
How difficult is it? And I know we'll figure this out more and more, and La Russa is not a fair comp on this, but for older managers, pitching coaches, etc., to like develop that bond with a whole bunch of the young people that you just talked about.
Well, I would say that Righetti's last year was 2017, so I don't know if that's too long, being out for 4 or 5 years. Yeah. You know, there was a pretty big major shift, and maybe Righetti's like, look, I'm retired, I'm good, I played a lot in the major leagues. By the way, he was a Rangers farmhand, and my dad knows the whole story because he was part of the Rangers when they traded Dave Righetti. Here's why Dave Righetti was
drafted by the Rangers.
Here's why Dave Righetti was traded from the Rangers. At the time, Brad Corbett was the owner of the Texas Rangers. He had drinking buddies on the Texas Rangers, and a lot of them were pitchers that the Yankees wanted. Well, because this is from my dad, because Brad didn't want to lose Corbett, didn't want to lose his drinking buddies, he threw Dave Righetti into the trade because he didn't really know Dave Righetti, and he was like the number one pitching prospect for the Rangers, but because he wasn't one of his drinking buddies, he's like, sure, take Dave Righetti if you don't want to take a couple of my major leaguers that I like drinking with. And then the Rangers lose Dave Righetti, and he goes on to have a great career with the
3.11 ERA for the Yankees.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll go back to Suns and Mavs, but also we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. And I hear nothing.
Oh, hey, you don't hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, I got you.
We hear you, man.
Yeah. I like the idea that you just start talking whenever you get the sense a question might be up, and we'll just see like how that would have worked. I think that would be hilarious.
Yeah, what question do you think we're about to ask? You go ahead and answer it.
You're going to ask me why I said, "Are you there with me?"
Yeah,
You know what's weird? So the headsets I use, they're usually I can only hear in my left ear. The right ear, the headset doesn't work.
Need a new pair.
So today, they're both working for the first time in years. But now I can't hear myself talk.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, dear. Does that mean you're still in the Cooper Rush room, or are you back in the
right
Dak room?
Yeah, I think I got demoted.
I think that Broadus has told me you can get a pretty sweet set of headphones. Just ask. Just say, hey, Eagleton, I need a new set of headphones, and see if that works out for you.
There must have been a button that changed or something.
All right, that'll work. All right, so, Mickey.
Yes.
How's Dak?
I knew you were going to say that.
Oh,
I could have guessed that question.
He is super. He is, it was basically a walkthrough practice, but they do throw passes during the walkthrough. But afterwards, he did another, 40 to 50 pass session, and he was just fine. So I'm gonna go with what McCarthy had to say. He just got to get his timing back and his rhythm. And I think he's good as new.
You know, whenever I was working with you at the website as your intern over there, I do remember walking in and seeing the cheese and the traps and everything. And I think it was actually a Detroit week whenever Bill Parcells did that. And I know that story. And a lot of people are saying that this week, this Detroit game is a trap game. And I don't know if I actually believe that the more I think about it, because Dak's coming back and there's too much to do. Do you agree with me on that?
Well, and there's too much to improve on,
yeah.
Right? I mean, one of the things, if you just look at the Lions scores, and I know you see the record and it's 1-4, but when you're going up against a team that scored 35, 36, 24, 45 in the first 4 games, you got to go, oh, my. Now, they got shut out by New England, and I don't know, how do you balance that out? And the other thing that they've done and done well is run the football. And that's one of the things this Cowboy defense has somewhat struggled with, especially during that last Philadelphia touchdown drive when they needed to shut them down, and Philadelphia ran right over them. So I think they've got enough things that they need to clean up and worry about, that they cannot take anything for granted with Detroit coming to town.
Okay, well, that's their job. Me, I can totally take Detroit for granted. I'm not saying I should, Mickey, but we've had this conversation in the past. I hear what you're saying. I think you're spot on. That's good for them, and I hope they're doing that. Me, I'm sitting over here taking Detroit for granted because of that shutout.
Oh, you already got a W already in the column?
For sure.
He's moved on to Minnesota.
We're ready for the Green Bay game.
Yeah, we skipped the next 2 games, Mickey, and that's why I sit here among many other reasons and would be a terrible athlete.
I was going to say you would be a terrible coach, too.
I would be a terrible coach because I also like to run my mouth, and I would go up to the podium and be like, get serious. Did you see Detroit get shut out by New England? They're not that great. We're going to whip their ass. And I would make for a terrible environment as a coach. And so that is one of many, many, many reasons why I'm sitting here as opposed to doing that. Now, you told us about Dak, and sorry if I missed it, James Washington. Do we have I know he's working his way back. Do we have an end goal for that, hopefully?
I think he's getting closer. And then, he ran routes for Dak on Sunday and looked really good. And talking to him yesterday, he basically said, yeah, it's just a matter of me trusting. He goes, I feel really healthy. And, when they did the surgery, when you fracture that 5th metatarsal, they can just kind of let it heal on its own or for an athlete, they'll go in there and do surgery and kind of put a screw in there to help facilitate the healing a lot faster. And that's what they did. So I think from that standpoint, he's ready to go. And basically his point was when he said, this is now up to Britt, meaning Britt Brown, the Cowboys rehabilitative trainer. When he says I'm good to go, then I'll be good to go. And so he continues to do his rehab, but he's getting closer. And I think that would be significant to get a third receiver on the field with a deep threat possibility that can threaten the defense down the sidelines. And I think he still has that speed. So, yeah, I think he's real close. Now the question is would you get him into practice maybe next week, but no, there's a bye the next week? Or do you say, you know what, let's just go through the bye and then get him going when they come out of the bye, getting ready for Green Bay?
Okay.
Mickey, I'm not sure how prevalent this is to like on your radar, but Terrell Basham, what's the story with him? How's he doing?
Yeah, he's about ready. It sounds like to come off of IR. Now they can get him some practice time before they have to make a decision, but it would give him more depth, right? And,
yeah, that's kind of how. I'm also kind of curious as how he fits into their rotation.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, right? He's missed all this time, and they're leading the league right now with 24 sacks. And to put that in perspective, if you factor that out over 17 games, what they've done in 6, you would end up with 68 sacks, and the single-season franchise record is 62. They said in 1985, by the way.
So
now
this is the best
that doesn't account for when sacks weren't official before 82, right? Because I would imagine with Randy White and Too Tall Jones going and Harvey Martin, they may have come up with more sacks during that season. But when they look for historical things, they just go back to 82 when sacks are official. Now, can he help against the run? Because that's still one thing this team needs to improve on is their run defense. And I don't know if he's better setting the edge than some of these other guys, but they've got to do a better job doing that.
There has been a Tolo that's been texting in for quite some time now, Mickey, and he wanted to know this. And I think this is an interesting question. Do you think that Turpin can get involved in the offense as a weapon? And my reply back to him was he has to be more than a bit, like more than a trick play sweep guy.
Right.
And I don't know how you can involve him now as you have, pretty much your receiving core there.
Yeah, you know what? They keep putting him in there at times, right? Maybe a couple plays a game. And it's somewhat of a decoy, because I think teams think, okay, when he's in there in the slot, we got to watch for the end around play, right? I think at some point they just need to send him down the field, and even if it's an incompletion or he doesn't get open, just put the threat out there, right? And I remember when the Cowboys had Alexander Wright, he was a second-round draft choice in 1990. And he was a track guy, and he had speed to burn, but he had hands like an offensive lineman.
Oh, yeah.
And so they didn't trust him much. And I remember asking Jimmy one day, I said, why do you even, you're starting him, you put him out there, you rarely throw it to him, and if you do, it's a 50-50 chance he catches it. And Jimmy said, well, when defenses see that speed, they never know when he just might catch one. And so it's a threat, right?
Even if he has center blocks.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You never – it was pretty funny, right? So and that was one of the problems he had with his career because he just, didn't have the hands that match his speed. But I think with Turpin, it'd be interesting to see because if you go back and look at what he did in the USFL this past spring, it wasn't all returns that got him to be the player of the year. he did a pretty good job catching the ball and chalking up some yards. So, I think it's just a matter of, okay, who do I trust maybe more so than anything else.
All right. Anything else happening in the world of Cowboys that we must know?
Well, now this is what they listed him on Friday, and they didn't play on Sunday. Dalton Schultz is still being listed as full yesterday. Now, again, remember, it was kind of a walk-through practice, so I think today will be more of a determining factor when they put the pads on, and we'll see what he's listed at, because from an injury standpoint, the only guy on this report that wasn't listed full was CeeDee Lamb with a hip. He was limited. So again, we'll see where that one goes.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? And I know you have to kind of project a little bit, and if you don't want to do that, that's totally fine. But you've probably seen more players like this through the years. Do you feel Dalton Schultz maybe feels any pressure to get back sooner rather than later because of how much money is on the table after this year?
Well, if he did, I think he would have played on Sunday.
Yeah, maybe so.
Right?
Yeah.
Especially after they projected. And again, Friday's injury report is a projection because they don't do much. It's a walkthrough. They're projecting what the guy would practice on Saturday. And so when they projected him full and just basically took him off the injury report, I mean, if he was thinking like you, then, I'd force myself out there. So, we'll see where that one goes. But in the meantime, with Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot. Fergushot. Sorry, I can shorten that, right? Be more concise when I talk. Those guys are improving, and they're getting you something in the passing game, and you just hope they're also improving in their run blocking, and they're getting valuable experience going down the stretch at some point when, you say, okay, I need all three of my tight ends.
Excellent stuff, as always, good sir. We will catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good, guys.
Bye, Mickey.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105 through the Fan. Corey, I got a question for you. I said we can go back to the Mavs and Suns, and we absolutely can. Do you want a super positive, life-affirming sports story from, I missed it last week?
Dude, they can't always be there, but absolutely I do.
Suns.
I want some Ted Lasso type positivity in my life, Kevin.
Okay. Ty.
All right.
I watched that show.
So if you've already heard this, I apologize. I had not heard this until I just heard about it yesterday. Last week, there was a high school volleyball match in Wisconsin. And you might be like, yeah, I don't care. That's fair. Here's why I think you should care. Is Melina Caratini was a senior on the team.
All right.
This was her last ever home match. And her brother wanted to come see her play in person. Here's the issue with that. He is autistic and sensitive to noise. So he had been able to watch games online and other things like that, but he had not ever had the opportunity to see her firsthand. So what happened was they talked with the schools, they talked with literally all of the fans there, and everybody agreed for 10 points they would not make a sound.
What?
So the match would, so the only noise would be your typical, the volleyball gets hit. Dude. You might hear some calls and everything like that. No fan would clap, stomp, anything for 10 points.
That is insane for one, because the players talk.
You know what? I still didn't I think they tried to limit their verbal communication, but you still have to kind of.
We covered high school. We covered high school volleyball. We've been in those gyms. They are loud. They are tremendously loud, especially when anytime somebody goes up for a spike and puts one down, that place goes insane. That's amazing that they agreed to something like that. And that's part of the excitement of that sport itself is those points are happening consistently. It's very similar to the NBA where points happen a lot rather than soccer, like Mike said, where it's just a 0-0 tie. But it's they're insanely loud. That's awesome. I'm so proud of that community.
So after the 10th point, they moved her brother not away, but back towards the back of the gym, and then everyone in the crowd erupted in applause, and all of Melina's teammates went up there and gave her a hug where her brother could see that.
Very cool. Very cool, Kevin. Good job, man.
And they won the match.
I
I don't know if that makes a difference to you or not. I realize that's like not really the crux of the story, but
they won too on top of it.
They also won the match.
Wow. That's awesome, man. Good stuff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. There's your happy sports story of the day. Coming up next, maybe the opposite of that. My buddy's an idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they James Book Night? We'll talk about all of that next right here on the Fan.
All right, let's talk.